Good afternoon and welcome back to New Road, Worcester for the afternoon session on day 2 of this LV County Championship game between Worcestershire and Essex. If you were with us this morning, you'll know what the lunchtime situation is. Essex added 102 runs this morning for the loss of one further wicket. They began the day on 266 for 2 and they reached lunch on 368 for 3. The two not out batsmen are Paul Walter, who's on 15, and Dan Lawrence, who is on 80. The one man out today. Tom Westley, the captain, who was caught by wicketkeeper Ben Cox off a skyer, a leading edge, which flew straight up in the air off the occasional bowling of Jake Libby, captaining Worcestershire for the first time. And the very first ball he bowled, Westley went to give it a smash out of the ground, really, if he'd have contacted it properly, but he got a top edge. It went flying up in the air, and Ben Cox, the keeper, ran forward to take the catch. So that was the only wicket that went down this morning. The two men out yesterday were Brown, 26, and Alistair Cook for 115. It's been a long slog for Worcestershire, and they are about to resume that long slog with Brett D'Oliveira opening the bowling from the Diglis end of the ground. Comes in now to bowl the first ball of the afternoon. He bowls to Walter, who props forward to this and just steers it out on the offside, and there is no run. So 368 for 3, and bright sunshine, probably the best weather we've had in the game, but it is still pretty chilly as D'Oliveira bowls again to Walter, who drives back up the pitch to the bowler. And there is no addition. Good afternoon for the first time to Dickie Davies from BBC Radio Essex. Dickie, hoping to see Essex pile runs on and then declare with a short session to go as Walter gets another single, yes, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, 368, if they could, probably a bit optimistic to get 500 by tea, but you never know. But yeah, maybe a little bit after. I'd have thought once they get round about the 500 mark, it'd be a good time to declare and yeah, have maybe an hour or so at the end of the day.
D'Oliveira now to the right-handed Lawrence, bowls, and this one is pushed through a little bit more quickly and punched up to mid-on by Lawrence for a single. His first run of the afternoon takes him on to 81 and the total to 370 for 3. Yes, similar scenario to that we saw at Chelmsford a while ago, as D'Oliveira comes in and bowls to Walter, who pushes this one out on the onside, because there we saw Essex get 490 for 9 declared in their first innings, and then they put Worcestershire into bat, and Worcestershire were in trouble, 43 for 3 at the close of day 2. But with Jake Libby's marathon innings and 100 from Ed Barnard, they did save that, as D'Oliveira bowls a good delivery to Walter, which beats his forward push out the outside, the off stump, and is juggled by Ben Cox, but he does take it, and take it in the end without the ball hitting the ground, but no alarms. It missed the forward push from Walter, and that's the end of the first over of the afternoon. 370 for 3.
Unless this wicket deteriorates quite dramatically, it's difficult to see how either side can go on and win this game, but you know, it's still early days, and I've made the mistake of saying that before and been proved very wrong. I can remember down at Taunton the last full season 2 years ago, I went on air on the start of the third day and said it's difficult to see how this game can be anything other than a draw. 26 wickets fell in the day. Essex won by 4 wickets in the end with a day to spare, and I had a certain amount of egg on my face.
Afternoon sunshine, and Ed Barnard coming into the attack at the New Road end of the ground, just making 1 or 2 adjustments to the field in consultation with his captain Jake Libby, and now coming in to bowl to Lawrence. He bowls and he starts with a bouncer which clears the batsman's head, just reminding the batsman, I suppose, that he has that option, Ed Barnard, not the quickest, but does occasionally just slip the bouncer in, and why shouldn't he? Just as a bit of a variation, and particularly on a pitch like this, one has to run through as many variations as one can, I think, as a bowler. As Barnard is in and bowls to Lawrence, who drives up to mid-on, takes a single, risky, picked up at mid-on by Livy, who throws the stumps down, but Lawrence, by virtue of the fact that he set off very quickly for that run, was home, and there's no need for any worry from the umpire about that decision. He was in a good position, he got himself square of the wicket on the offside and had a good view of Lawrence making his ground as the throw came in from Livy. Interesting, Lawrence was quite urgent this morning in his batting, and interesting that he's continued in the same vein this afternoon, not just in terms of hitting boundaries but running between the wickets as well, as Barnard is into the left-handed Walter, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump, and it's taken by Cox low to his left. Generally we've been saying that, taken by Cox low, because this pitch has not had a great deal of bounce in it, but as we did say frequently this morning, quite a few occasions where just now and again someone like Pennington with his extra height got a ball to bounce quite seriously from a length, as Barnard bowls to Walter, who plays defensively back to the bowler. One in particular that I remember this morning when Pennington bowled and the ball, well, actually it was Morris, not Pennington, bowled and the ball reared up and pinned Tom Westley's right hand to the handle of the bat. Very painful blow. And just those odd balls will have given the Essex bowlers a little bit of encouragement as they watch on. Barnard is in again to Walter, bowls this one outside the off stump. Walter leaves it alone, but it was a good leave because it was only a marginally outside off stump, but as we often say, there are two sorts of leave, good ones and bad ones, and if it misses everything when you leave it, it's a good leave. And that was a good leave. Walter stays on 16, 371 for 3. Barnard again. Right arm over the wicket, medium pace, he's in, he bowls, and Walter pushes rather than drives that one. Somewhat awkwardly into the ground, it rolls up to mid-off, Libby Fields, end of the over, and no addition. So Barnard now 26 overs, 11 maidens, no wickets for 51.
We've had an email forwarded to us from Mike in Subic or Subic or Subic in the Philippines. I don't think we've had an email from the Philippines before. We've had them from lots of corners of the globe, but the Philippines could be a first. Always enjoy all commentary by you all. You mentioned Ravi just now. Yes, I did, yes. Somebody was saying, is Shane Snater going to be the next sort of golden arm? I knew he went to Sussex with some chagrin. Yeah, you mean you were not happy about it? I don't know that he had any chagrin, but
D'Oliveira to Lawrence, dot ball.
Not heard of since. What happened? Yeah, well, I don't think he's exactly set the world on fire down at Hove.
D'Oliveira again, and Lawrence just pushing out on the offside, on the onside, I beg your pardon.
But you wish him well, because there's probably no nicer bloke playing county cricket. There are plenty as pleasant person, but he's a super character, Ravi Bopara.
Here comes D'Oliveira again, right arm over the wicket, bowls to Lawrence, who pushes this away on the onside, again with that quite characteristic little flourish of the bat at the end, as his hands sort of cross over on as the handle goes through. Pushes forward to this one, big shout for LBW this time, but umpire Graham Lloyd unmoved. It looked pretty straight, might have pitched outside leg, just watching the replay. Or he could have got a nick on it, I suppose. Just having another look now. D'Oliveira comes in live and bowls to Lawrence, who plays defensive off the back foot, and the live stream's not showing me the second replay. It was going to, and then it changed its mind. If you're watching it, you probably know exactly what I mean. Anyway, It wasn't out. 371 for 3. D'Oliveira again bowls to Lawrence, who again, he's quick on his feet and he's quick with his hands. He went back to that and D'Oliveira pushed it through, and he really thought he had a chance there, Brett D'Oliveira. The hands were going up towards the head, and Lawrence just jabbed down on it and squeezed it out into the offside. Good little contest in that over. D'Oliveira now 27 overs, 6 maidens, no wicket for 68. 371 for 3.
Clive emails, watching the feed and enjoying the domination, presumably an Essex fan. I can't see Worcestershire losing 20 wickets on this pitch, even if Essex declared now. I've long struggled to understand part of the LBW law. If the ball touches the edge of the bat and then the pad, even if the ball would then have hit the wicket, the batsman won't be out.
Barnard is in again and bowls to Walter, who whips this one away on the onside, but straight to Alzari Joseph at mid-wicket. Yeah, not a difficult part of the law to understand, really, I don't think. If the batsman hits it, he can't be LBW.
Yes, I mean, you say why not? Well, it's just the, it's just the rules. It's just the laws. Why can't we drive at more than 30 miles an hour in a built-up area? It's just the way. It's just the way it is, I'm afraid.
There's Barnard again in. Bowls, and Walter lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Cox. No addition. 371 for 3. Bit of blue sky visible now over the Basil D'Oliveira stand and over towards the cathedral. Bit of cumulus cloud, bright sunshine. If you didn't know how cold it was out there, you were sat in here with us, you'd think it was a perfect summer's day.
He says, is it simply because the umpire can't be expected to allow for the deviation of the ball after hitting the bat? I would be very interested to hear your views. Well,
Barnard in again, bowls and beats Walter this time with one that just nipped back at him a little bit, I think, and well, kept a bit low if anything. And when the ball keeps low, it's difficult for anybody, but when you're
especially when you're
7'9", like for Walter, then it's a long way down.
Yes.
Yes, difficult really to go into detail explaining that.
Well, it is. I don't think it's, I don't really have a view.
Here's Barnard again, bowls, Walter drives, doesn't time it, up to mid-off, Libby Fields, no run.
Much to the annoyance of my wife, I'm afraid I just accept rules and regulations and don't sort of question them too much. I just live by them and get on with it. So, yeah, the history of, the LBW law is complicated. It's odd that when we're told that we're trying to make the game more accessible to more people, it seems to become more complicated almost every day.
Barnard again bowls to Walter, who gets run this time as he works this one away wider of Alzari Joseph than previously in the over, and he gets a single which takes him on to 17 and the total to 372 for 3.
I can remember what one of the newsreaders at BBC Essex, and it isn't a criticism of her in the least, one of the journalists, she said, I keep introducing you, I'm saying over to Dick Davis for a cricket report. She said, I don't really know. She said, when you've got 5 minutes to spare, can you tell me everything there is to know about cricket? I said, in 5 minutes? I said, it's taken me 97 years already, or whatever it was at the time.
Here's Barnard in, bowls to Lawrence, who pushes out on the offside. No run, end of another tidy Barnard over. 27 overs, 11 maidens, no wicket for 52. His figures, and it's 372 for 3. He should have bought one of those tea towels.
Yes, well, all ins and outs. Yes.
That usually manages to confuse anybody who wants to know anything about cricket.
But it is a strange sort of paradox that they're trying to make the game simpler.
2 teams, one's in and one's out, and when the one that's in is all out, then the one that was out goes in. That's about all you need to know, isn't it?
Yes. Anyway, Clive finishes saying, thanks for the excellent commentary, which is the saviour of the cricket lovers' sanity, and probably many others.
Brett D'Oliveira around the wicket from the Diglis end to Paul Walter, who pushes this son out on the offside. Almost no foot movement, really. Just took a sort of tiny little step forward. Tall left-hander waits, bat raised as D'Oliveira bowled. A little puff of dust as that one hit the surface, and Walter just dropped it down on the onside. I haven't really noticed that before. I'll watch a bit more closely now as when the ball pitches. very dry surface. D'Oliveira bowls again, and that one definitely did a little bit. Just watch the replay of this one. He ran the wicket, it bowled, it turned, and it popped up and kind of hit Walter on the glove as he held his bat down by his knees. But certainly a bit of encouragement for the watching Simon Harmer there, I would have thought, as D'Oliveira is in again and bowls, and Walter has clipped this one away uppishly on the leg side. He was looking for a sweep, a bit of a top edge, and it's landed safely and run away to Gareth Roderick, who's had enough of his green Worcestershire cap and gone back to his sun hat. And he returns and they take a single, and Walter moves on to 18, 373 for 3. Essex just the one man out today, Tom Westley, who might rue his dismissal, I think, going for a big hit off the very first ball Jake Libby bowled. Yes. D'Oliveira bowls to Lawrence, who goes on the back foot, pushes this out on the offside, and Roderick again the fielder. Lawrence moves on to 83, but having made batting look very easy last night, and it was commented upon by Alistair Cook, Lawrence has been more mortal today, more ordinary. D'Oliveira bowls. Walter pushes out on the onside. No run, end of the over. I don't mean that rudely, more ordinary. What I mean is he's found it not quite as easy to score fluently as he did yesterday, and has been more like the other batsmen. Overnight he was on 33. His 50 came off just 77 balls, but he's faced a further 60 balls to go from 50 to 83, so he's been slowed down somewhat, not in any way looking in any difficulty, I hasten to add, but it's not easy. There's something that Alistair Cook said last night. It's not easy on this surface for a batsman to play attacking shots. No. He said you do find the fielders a lot, and it's not been an easy surface to score quickly on, I think, is pretty much what he was saying. 374 for 3.
Thanks, Mike, for your email from what he describes as sunny Leigh-on-Sea, which is where I've lived since I was 4 years of age, so I'm glad the sun's shining there. I'll come back to the gist of your email in a moment.
Barnard in, bowls to Lawrence, who pushes out on the offside. They take a single as Brett D'Oliveira hurries round from backward point to field.
We were talking about the very sort of basic aspect of would you rather be a batsman or a bowler, and I was inclined to say a batsman, and but he's also endorsing the view that somebody else expressed earlier, that at least a bowler, you can be in the game more often. A batsman can be out in the first or second over of the day, and that's it. All he's got to do now is hang around until he fields.
Yeah. I have a theory on that, which I'll explain in a minute for Mike as well, if he's listening. As Barnard comes in and bowls to Walter, who gets a ball which he just steers out behind square on the offside, no run. I always think the other thing about being a batsman, you could be run out when it's not your fault at all. Yes. Once it happened to me at the beginning of an innings, run out without facing a ball, which can be awful. And B, you can practice all week. You can practice as hard as you possibly can and get yourself into the perfect state of mind and form. Barnard bowls short to Walter, who smashes this one away on the leg side for 4. Banged in short, and Walter just gets on top of it. It's difficult to bowl a bouncer that gets too high for him, and he whacked it away between the two fielders on the leg side boundary for 4, and he goes to 22, 379 for 3. Just update FM listeners to BBC Hereford and Worcester shortly. But you can get yourself into perfect state of mind, perfect form, etc., and then you can be out first ball through no fault of your own. It could be that you get given out, caught when you didn't hit it. It could be LBW. It could be a bad decision. You might be out to a no ball and it isn't really. There are all sorts of things that can happen that are completely beyond your control, and you have to be strong enough to cope with that mentally. As Barnard bowls short again to Walter, whacks this one away on the leg side again, this time picking out a fielder, Charlie Morris, on the boundary out there, who returns. They only get a single. Walter goes to 23 and the total to 380 for 3. But I think that's one of the great things about cricket that strengthens character for a batsman, is that you have to learn to accept such horrific unfairness, basically. That's all part of the game. So, I don't know. I don't know whether I'd rather be a bowler or a batsman. Is Barnard in? Again, bowls, and Lawrence just drops this down defensively on the onside. And it's fielded by Gareth Roderick. Ricky Vessels has been off to get some shin pads on by the look of it and a helmet, so he's going to go in somewhere very close, I think probably at sort of silly point maybe on the offside when D'Oliveira bowls to Walter. 380 for 3. Barnard in again, bowls, and Lawrence again just pushing defensively out on the onside. End of the over from Barnard, 5 runs from it, 28 overs, 11 maidens, no wicket for 58, his figures, and it's 380 for 3.
I've had an email forwarded to us. I'm not quite sure how it got forwarded to us, but he originally sent it to our old email address, and it's eventually found its way through, but it was, he originally sent it at 11:50, so it's a couple of hours ago or more, from Mike in Palmer's Green, North London. Fond memories of New Road following Middlesex, yeah. But remember popping up there for the day to see Worcestershire play Somerset in a Sunday League game on a beautiful warm afternoon. You're not missing any play, there's one of these necessary breaks. Just remember a superb, accurate and economic spell by Graham Rose. Phenomenal concentration levels. Hope you get this. I don't know if it's a Gmail address these days. Yes it is, it's Essex. No it's not. It's BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. So anyway, I'm glad we got it eventually.
So
and
even when he was watching Somerset, he was still only really liking the Middlesex connection, because Graham Rose I think started with Middlesex, didn't he, before he went to
yes,
Somerset?
I think so. Yes.
D'Oliveira to continue. Update imminent for BBC Hove Worcester FM listeners as D'Oliveira comes in round the wicket to the left-handed Walter, who pushes out on the onside. Ricky Vessels hasn't gone in really close. He's all padded up, but he's not wearing a helmet, and he's gone in on the drive, on that sort of in the box, as they say, on the leg side, as Walter goes back to this one from D'Oliveira and pushes out, well, slightly on the offside, just rolls the ball back up to the bowler. 380 for 3. D'Oliveira again round the wicket. He's in bowls, and again Walter is forward, pushes up to mid-off or extra cover really between the two. No run. D'Oliveira again in bowls, and again Walter is forward, and this time gets a run as he just nudges it away on the onside for a single. Just, you know, we were questioning how cold it might still be out there. I just noticed that the umpire at the far end, Graham Lloyd, is wearing gloves.
Yes.
Which I didn't think he was doing yesterday, but Essex continuing to make steady progress here against Worcestershire. They lost just 1 wicket this morning, the captain Tom Westley out for 113, and they resumed after lunch on 368 for 3. They've taken that on so far by a further 14 runs. Paul Walter is 24 not out, Dan Lawrence is 85 not out, and just ticking steadily along, Essex in the 133rd over, a 382 for 3. As D'Oliveira bowls to Walter, who drives that one up to long on, picks up a single, won't get any more. And that is the end of the over, 383 for 3, and Dickie Davis will continue with commentary.
Thanks, Frank. Brad has emailed. It's not Dave Bradley. It's
Dave Bradley has just walked into the press box.
Oh, has he really? Well, it's certainly not him then. Anyway, enjoying the commentary in the morning's play. My favourite Keith Miller anecdote, we were talking about Keith Miller yesterday, relates to when he was playing for New South Wales in the Sheffield Shield against his former state Victoria. This was one of the rare occasions when Miller captained the side and Victoria won the toss and elected to bat. Leading his team out onto the field, a teammate ran up alongside him and said, "Skipper, do you realise we've got 12 men on the field?" Miller didn't break stride, but simply said, well, tell one of them, I can't read this out literally, that's just outside the off stump, played out into the covers by Walter, no addition to the score. I will paraphrase. Well, tell one of them to leave the pitch then. Man management at its best.
Yeah.
Yes, he didn't leave you guessing. Lorna. Lovely to hear such great commentary. Really appreciate both of you. Thank you very much. Just the right amount of comment on the game and lack of bias. Well, I think we've been around the block enough times not to be too biased. We've seen it all, and we know that what goes around comes around. Did I mean the match at Canterbury in 2019 when Kent were bowled out? Yes, I do mean that one. Yes, when 26 wickets fell in a day. I was there. Oh, yes. Oh yes, you attach a picture of the scoreboard. Yeah. She's put brackets, not Taunton. Did I say Taunton by mistake? I certainly meant Canterbury. That's another dot ball. To be honest, I wasn't fully aware of where that went. I was reading.
Good diving stop actually by Daryl Mitchell at mid-wicket. He hit it quite well, Paul Walter. But it's damage limitation, this, isn't it, by Worcestershire at the moment?
To a large extent, yes.
And actually not a bad job of damage limitation,
no,
really,
I
at the
still
moment.
think they're sticking to their guns, more or less.
Keeping a lid on it, as it were.
Task. Barnard moves in again and bowls. And it's just played totally defensively by Walter. Istanbul Steve again. Grace and peace, he says. Hello, after a frustrating morning of technical problems, a large global software company that shall remain nameless has my has my eternal irritation and derision aimed at it. Great philosopher is Istanbul Steve. As Barnard moves in again and bowls to Walter. Walter plays solidly, correctly, but non-productively, stout to mid-off. Anyway, I wonder if you could update what the discussions have been during the past 1 or 2 hours. Topics, themes, controversies, or any vegetable tips from Frank, etc. We would be grateful. I'm sorry. Seriously though, he says Essex looking very good for their 370 plus. Yep, well they're plus that now. Is 450 plus possible? Yes, I think so.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I would think 500 is possible. As Barnard moves in and bowls. And that's played on the up, but defensively. Great for Tom Wesley getting his second century of the season, and best wishes for Dan Lawrence to get his. Well done to the Worcestershire bowlers, though. It looks tough work out there. Press on, it is. Istanbul Steve always signs off with this wonderful tagline: the outcome is certain, only the timing is in doubt. So
yeah. Well, there's no doubt he's right.
Confucius is alive and well somewhere.
He's talked about the bowlers, so I'll give the bowling figures. If you're watching the stream, you do get these occasionally, but if you're not, it's always interesting to know. The tidiness is the common theme. Morris 24 overs 7 maidens, no wicket for 88. Pennington 23 overs 7 maidens, no wicket for 52. Joseph 24 overs 3 maidens, 2 for 92. Break off as D'Oliveira bowls.
Moves in and bowls, and it's short of a length. Cracked away on the offside by Lawrence. They'll go through for 1. They'll think about 2, but it's not. Oh, it is there for the taking, because there was a misfield. Had the throw hit the stumps at the bowler's end, D'Oliveira's reaction suggests it might have been a close call, but they didn't. And so it wasn't.
Back to the bowling figures. Barnard 29 overs 12 maidens, no wicket for 58. Mitchell 2 overs 1 maiden, no wicket for 2. Libby 3 overs 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 11. And D'Oliveira currently in his 30th over, 6 maidens, no wicket for 75. So tidy all round.
Yes, it is indeed. As that's played defensively by Lawrence off the back foot, trickles out in the offside. Dean wonders if an all-rounder should be played more than a batsman or a bowler, because he does both. Well, I mean, all players negotiate their own contracts anyway, so no doubt this is taken into consideration, or either directly or through their agents. That's pushed down the offside. There's no sort of set salary scales. It's not like being in the public sector or something like that. So they all negotiate their own deals, and come up with something fairly amicable to both sides of it. That's just pushed forward again by Lawrence. Score 385 for 3. Lawrence on 87. Still on 87 as he plays that out to mid-wicket, and the sun's still shining. But it's one of those days that looks far better than it is. And all of the players are wearing at least one sweater. Many of them too. Not least Elzari Joseph, who may well have 3 or 4 on by now. That's chopped away at the offside, and Lawrence moves on to 88. Essex 386 for 3.
Can I make an observation about Shane Snater?
Yes.
We've never seen him bowl, never seen him bat. I think I've seen him warm up, but I'm not sure which one he was, because they were all wearing woolly hats and things. But his name, it's Harry Potter-esque, isn't it?
Yes, it is a bit.
Shane Snater.
Yes.
He really ought to be in Slytherin, I think. Not that I'm a massive Harry Potter fan, but my daughters are.
Right.
Do let me know if you agree with me. I think it's a really good Harry Potter-esque name.
Sounds a bit like a pantomime villain. That's just chopped away backward a square on the offside.
Shane Snater. Tremendous name, isn't it? Do get just. I used to collect names when I was teaching. I used to collect the most interesting names of pupils that I've taught over the years.
Oh, yes.
Great fun, and I think Shane Snater would have been up there. He'd have been on my list.
I'm going to have to look up the answer to my pondering in the tea interval. I think that's a bouncer, only about the third of the match that I can remember, and it goes over the head. There was a player who played for Glamorgan for a few years, only a few. I don't think he set the world on fire, or even the River Taff. And he had as I say, I'm rather sort of defeating my own story, because he had this wonderful name which we thought sounded like an old music hall actor or something like that. And I will look it up, but yeah, I know Paul Newton and I always used to enjoy saying his name, because we had visions of this great thespian star that's pushed out on the onside. No addition to the score.
How long ago was he playing?
Probably not dim and distant past.
Right.
7 or 8 years, something like that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'll look him up. As I say, I don't think he played for too long, despite his rather glamorous sounding name. As next delivery worked away on the onside for a single by Lawrence. 89 is his score. Out of Essex's 386 for 3. A very good position, but you can't help but wonder whether it's really a match-winning position, with the pitch apparently being pretty docile at best.
But you can't really say till you've seen both
the
chaps bowl on it, can you?
No, you can't. And of course, Essex do have one certain South African called Simon Harmer in their midst, who can make the M1 turn and bounce. Well, it's probably not difficult to get the M1 to bounce, but you wouldn't get too much turn off it, probably.
Yeah, he'd turn it on anything, wouldn't he?
Yes, one of, arguably Essex's best overseas side. Of course, it's the first season he's had to play as an overseas player. He's been a coal pack hitherto. That's worked away on the onside. No addition to the score. And John in Lincoln emails, I was playing for the former ex-Oxford Water Company, part of Thames Water, against Cambridge Water Company, part of Anglian Water. This is going to be
in the
fascinating.
Anglian Water combination, first division.
I was batting at number 5.
It rained off.
Yes, quite. Pitch was waterlogged. I was batting at number 5, but our captain and opening batsman decided that I would not be his runner. he always needed a runner. He was out approaching the 100 for the third wicket, and I was halfway back to the pavilion when he shouted, "You're in!" Just that. Well, Lawrence did rather well to dig that out at the last moment. I think this loses some bit in my reading, for which I apologise. I'll read it through quietly to myself and then come back to it.
Shall I talk through this over while you do that?
No, I'll sort it out later. I'd hate to ruin the story. But D'Oliveira moves in again and bowls to Lawrence. Lawrence goes on the back foot, plays it out into the covers. They go through what should have been a quick single, but a slight misfield by Ed Barnard made it into a pretty easy single. They'd have probably made it anyway, so Barnard needn't feel too aggrieved by it, really. He hasn't sort of let the side down in a big fashion. The tall figure of Paul Walter doesn't take too long to cover 22 yards, so I'm sure he'd have made the ground anyway. As it's he who faces up to the bowling of D'Oliveira, and he just pushes forward. It trickles out on the onside. In again, and worked away on the onside. Well, I hope you do get to see Shane Snater play a significant part in this game. I think he's not considered an all-rounder. Oh, that is a misfield that gives a run away. It was, well, with all due respect to Daryl Mitchell, it wasn't
Pennington.
No, Pennington. Sorry, it's 22, not 27. It wasn't the best bit of field. It was hit straight to him at mid-off, and for some reason it may have bounced off his kneecap or something, and bounced away far enough to accommodate the taking of a single.
I just hope Shane Snater's not too far advanced in his Hogwarts studies and he can get the ball to do all sorts of things that it shouldn't do just by uttering Latin phrases at it or something like that. It'd be a bit unfair, wouldn't it, after Worcestershire have worked so hard. Pennington's going to have a ball now. He, if anybody, has got the odd ball, hasn't he, to do a little bit more on this pitch than almost anybody else. That last ball last night springs to mind, a couple this morning that really climbed. Mostly it's been easy pace, mostly the ball, if anything, has kept a little bit low for most of the bowlers, but Pennington with that extra height, just occasionally, when he gets everything right, has hit the deck quite hard, and the ball has climbed. Have to climb a long way to discomfort.
Yes.
Paul Walter though, won't it?
As Pennington moves in and bowls to Walter, and he just lays bat on ball, and it trickles out on the onside. No addition to the score. Andrew Appleby explains the LBW law to us. Yes, well, thank you, Andrew, for going to all that trouble. I don't know if you copy and pasted it or if you wrote it all out by hand, but we do appreciate it. And it's changed over the years, and that's worked away on the offside rather, to extra cover, a single. What does surprise me about not about the LBW law directly, because it's not for me to criticise laws either in cricket or of the land. As I say, I just sort of accept these things. But with when they refer decisions to the television umpire, particularly an LBW, well, solely an LBW, there's an appeal for LBW and he's out. And Lawrence never likes leaving the wicket, but he seems to like it even less today. He's been adjudged LBW, and who are we to say he wasn't, for a very good 90, and Essex are 390 for 4.
Just watched the replay, I thought it looked a reasonable shout.
LBW Pennington for 90 when the score is 390, so they put on exactly 50. And Lawrence makes his way back to the pavilion. Yes, what I was going to say, the vintage Ryan Tenderscarter makes way to his stumps. He's not. It would be unfair to compare him to Darren Stevens. He's, although he's turned 40 now, but he's a wonderful, wonderful servant of the club for many, many years. Captain for many years. Charismatic character, one of the nicest blokes you could ever wish to meet. And Essex did very well to pick him up. They picked him up on a pre-season tour of Australia when he played for Natal, I think it was, or some province, in a warm-up game against Essex. Well, they were all warm-up games pre-season. And I don't think he even scored a lot of runs or took a lot of wickets, but Graham Gooch was in the Essex side, a good judge of a cricketer, and he just thought there's something about this bloke. And so anyway, he persuaded him to come and join Essex. I don't know if it took a lot of persuasion or not, probably not. And even then, for 3 seasons or so, he didn't really shine, and a lot of us were saying, why did they get this bloke in? He doesn't really do much. And then just suddenly, remember, it all started at Lord's, and there's no better place to start really than Lord's. He didn't bowl very well and conceded a lot of runs against Middlesex. And then he went out to bat and played a superb innings and won the game for Essex. And from that moment on, so much of this game is confidence. He really never ever looked back, and he's been one of the finest servants the club's ever had. And he just takes guard now from the umpire, surveys the field to see where the gaps are, not where the fielders are. See where the gaps are, and faces up to his first ball from Pennington. And he goes forward and then lifts the bat out of the way and allows it to go through to the wicketkeeper. I will come back to my bit about TMOs and LBWs. I've mentioned it before on air, but there might be 1 or 2 people hidden away in the back streets of a little town in the Philippines that haven't heard me say it. As Pennington moves in and bowls, and Tenderscarter goes forward very correctly, plays a totally dead bat, and it trickles out on the offside. It's a nice situation to come in, 390 for 4. And of course he does like to get on with it. Doesn't like to be bogged down by the bowlers too much. So if he comes off, it's just what Essex need in this situation, a time to come in and maybe accelerate a little. And plays that with considerable authority, backward of square on the offside. Yeah, with LBWs and TMOs, if there's a decision which is referred to the TMO umpire, then they'll show where the ball pitched, then they'll show whereabouts it hit the batsman's pad, and then sometimes with numerous replays and slow-mos, whether there was an edge in it as well or not, which can sometimes go on ad nauseam, an eternity. Then from different angles, did it hit the bat as well as the pad? Did it just hit the pad? Which did it hit first? Then they'll use ball tracker and notice that it was going to miss the stumps. Now, to my mind, why don't they use ball tracker first of all? Because if it's going to miss the stumps, nothing else matters at all. I was told, I don't know if he was tongue-in-cheek and winding me up, as Olivier moves in and bowls, and that's worked away on the onside for a single. I was told by an umpire on the county circuit that it's the broadcasters who do it this way deliberately because they want to build up the tension.
Wow.
Well, I hope that's not the real reason. Otherwise it sounds, talk about an example of the tail wagging the dog, if that is the reason. But we'll probably never know, but it always strikes me that it's just solidly played forward by Tenduscarter.
Well, it's interesting. I was talking to the match referee, Stuart Cummings, this morning, match referee for this game, and recorded a quick chat with him, which I'm going to use in our I'd Rather Be a Pair podcast that Dave Bradley and I do.
That's pushed out in the offside, no addition to the score.
He's got a background in rugby league refereeing, and he was one of the referees that was mic'd up, to do TV games in rugby league.
Again, solidly forward, trickles out on the offside.
Talking to me this morning about that and about VAR and about the umpires and so on. It's all quite interesting stuff, so I hope we'll get that into our next podcast, and maybe you'll be interested in hearing about it.
Certainly. And solidly again, this time it just falls almost dead at his feet on the onside, picked up by the short leg. Oliveira into Tenduscarter again. Tenduscarter again. Allowed appeal for LBW. Does not meet with the approval of umpire Lloyd, and it's the end of the over.
Looking at that replay, decent shout. I think he's indicating that he thought it might just have been missing leg. I'm going to watch another replay now as Oliveira comes in. Ooh, yeah, just outside, I think, just slipping down. Anyway, end of the over. I think it's probably time I took over. Got an update coming as well. 391 for 4. Walter is 28. Tenduscarter yet to get off the mark. The man out this afternoon was Dan Lawrence, who was LBW to Dylan Pennington for 90. Pennington to continue from this new road end. So 50 added, exactly 50 added for that fourth wicket, and it's 391 for 4 as Pennington comes in and bowls to Walter, who pushes up to mid-on, and it's fielded there by Roderick, and there's no run. 391 for 4. Been hard work for the Worcestershire bowlers throughout the innings, throughout the game.
Thanks, Andy, for your email about the LBW law and the rhymes and reasons for certain aspects of it.
There's Pennington again. He bowls to Walter over the wicket. Walter forward, plays defensively to Ricky Vessels at extra cover. Yeah, we're always interested to hear what you think about our discussions. I'm at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter, and Dickie's got a stream of emails coming in on the BBC Radio Essex Cricket at gmail.com email account. One view I've expressed before, not this season yet, when you talk about changing laws, I've got a bee in my bonnet, and always have had, about leg byes. Here's Pennington in, bowls to Walter, and Walter's on the back foot, clatters this one away through the covers, didn't really time it, gets a single. Yeah, I think leg byes are a bit of a grey area in cricket. Bowler runs in, bowls a great delivery, beats the batsman to all intents and purposes. Ball flicks the pad and runs away to the boundary, and the batting team gets 4 runs. Doesn't seem right to me. I would not allow leg byes except behind square on the leg side. And the reason I say that, I'll explain in a minute, is Pennington in, bowls to Tenduscarter, who works this one away off his hip and is off the mark. 393 for 4 with that single. If a bowler went round the wicket and deliberately targeted the pads and the ball kept running away behind square on the leg side, then I think it's perfectly acceptable for leg byes to be scored. But if a bowler bowls over the wicket, beats the batsman, and it clips the pad and runs through the slips, I think the batsman's been defeated, and the batting team don't deserve to get any credit for that. I sometimes think it's a bit of a mystery. As Pennington bowls to Walter, pushes up to mid-off, no run, in a tight situation towards the end of a one-day game, and a bowler bowls a really good delivery, and it hits the batsman on the foot and shoots to the boundary, and the batsman's done nothing to deserve any credit. I can't understand why that really is rewarded. It's an ancient thing in cricket. Obviously, it goes back to the very start of the game, I suppose, but just never quite worked for me. Don't know what you think about that.
No, I'm just giving it some thought, really. No, I'm
Pennington round the wicket now to the left-handed Walter, and this one keeps a little bit low and beats him and is taken low down by Ben Cox, standing back. End of a good over from Pennington. 25 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 55, his figures. 393 for 4.
I know the leg by law has been changed over the years. I mean, there was a time now you have to have played a shot, don't you, to get a leg by, whereas that wasn't always the case, and they brought that in because sometimes, especially if there was a leg break bowler pitching it outside the leg stump, which you can't be able, they're just deliberately, I think the Australians were the biggest miscreants in this. They're just deliberately, and understandably if the law allowed them to do it, just sort of kick it away as far as they could. So they said you had to play a shot, but even that.
I think you have to play a shot or be taking evasive action.
Yes, if you get hit on the helmet, then that's fair enough. Yes.
His D'Oliveira is going to carry on. I don't think there'll be much evasive action in this over as he comes in and bowls to Tenduskarta, who goes back and cuts for a single out to Alzori Joseph, who's sweeping the offside boundary, and Tenduskarta goes to 2. Walter 29, it's 394 for 4.
We were talking about glamorous or exotic names of cricketers, and
D'Oliveira again round the wicket to the left-handed Walter, forward. It's a ledge on this one, it runs away down through slip, and Mitchell pursues it. They come back for 2. 2 runs to Walter off the edge. Didn't know a lot about it, but soft enough hands to keep it down. 31 now to him.
And John in Florida, thanks for listening, says that his favourite cricketer's name plays for Mahonaland in Zimbabwe. He goes by the name of, I'll tell you that after this.
D'Oliveira again bowls, and this one's pushed back up the pitch.
Somebody called Joy Lord Gumble.
Oh, that is wonderful.
It is a good name, Joy Lord Gumble.
Yeah. 396 for 4. D'Oliveira in the middle of his 33rd over. Bowls. Walter works this one away on the onside. Single taken. I once had this discussion. I have said this on air before, but it does bear repeating. I told you I collect these names, and I can recall a few of them. I won't go through them now. Some of them might be listening, but great names, memorable names of people I've taught. D'Oliveira bowls.
Oh yes,
and this one Tenduskarta works up to long on, punches up to long on for a single. And I was having this discussion with somebody once at an indoor cricket league evening that I organised, and this was in near Derby. I'll tell you after the update. Well, I'm pleased to say that Worcestershire have managed to pick up a wicket since the lunch interval. At lunch, Essex were 368 for 3. Since then, Dan Lawrence is the man who's been removed. He was LBW to Dylan Pennington for 90. He hit 9 fours and a 6 and faced 155 balls. That was 390 for 4 and a first success for Pennington. It's now 398 for 4 with Paul Walter on 32, having been joined by Ryan Tenduskarta, who's on 3. And I was having this discussion with this chap who worked for Rolls-Royce.
Oh, yes.
He said, as I work for, we had a chuckle about it, all these funny names, and he said, I don't like to be a story topper, he said, but I genuinely do think I can top any of those names with one that I've come across at work. So I said, well, no, by all means, I'm fascinated to hear what this great name might be. In comes Dylan Pennington, and he bowls to Tenduskarta, who cuts, but well fielded by D'Oliveira at backward point, no run. And he said, I went to a meeting in my capacity as a Rolls-Royce employee in America, and sat round a table in a boardroom, and everybody introduced themselves. He said, and one of the American delegates at the meeting was called Purvis J. Thrash III.
Wonderful.
The best name I have ever heard, ever, in any context, I think. As Pennington is in and bowls to Tenduskarta, who cuts, and again hits this very firmly, and again D'Oliveira is the fielder involved. He can't stop it this time, but he does make a very good save. and they only get a single, and it would have easily been 4 otherwise. Saved 3 runs. 399 for 4. Tender Scarter goes to 4. Yeah, Purvis J. Thrash the third. I do think that is quite the best name I've ever heard.
I mean, it's the third that's the icing on the cake, because it suggests there were 2 others before him. Oh, that one, yes.
Mr. Thrash, how are you? Pennington in again. Bowls wider this time to Walter, who again looks to hit it firmly, doesn't time it. Vessels fields, and I say again because that's what Alistair Cook was talking about last night, the difficulty that the batsmen have had in timing the ball. So it looks like a ball which presents a scoring opportunity, and batsman looks to get after it and just can't quite time it. And that's been the story really of this innings. 142nd over, on the brink of 400, Essex, as Pennington is in and bowls, and he beats him. Absolutely goes straight through him with that one. Look, watching the replay, definitely played at it, just sort of dropped his hands at the end, but it did a bit.
It did.
And that will be the encouragement for the Essex seamers, they're still up there, still got their feet up, those chaps.
Yes, they've been there for a day and a half.
A little
now.
rub down since the warm up this morning, cup of tea, bit of lunch, feet up.
So half the side.
Clean socks.
4 down. So 6 men have made an appearance, almost half the side, we haven't even seen yet.
Pennington bowls to Walter, drives sweetly this time, but Libby, moving smartly to his left, at mid-off, is able to do the fielding.
We don't know what they look like this season, half the side. They might be like me, who's been too lazy to shave for a year.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, it might be dangerous if we say, tweet me at FrankWatson58 or contact you on email with the best names you've ever heard, because we can't be sure that they're not being made up, can we? So
no,
we better steer clear of that one. Names of cricketers, perhaps, we'll say. The most memorable names of cricketers would be good. Pennington in, bowls to Walter, who pushes out on the offside, and it's fielded by D'Oliveira. There's no run. End of the over. 399 for 4. And actually, just to throw one out, I mean, Dylan Pennington. That's not.
Well, yes, that's pretty
name,
good. Pretty good.
That's not typical.
Yeah. Before we do put this embargo on, then I'll read Nick's email now. It says, talking about appropriate or otherwise names. Reminds me of the time I was gainfully employed by an Oxford publishing company. 2 of my favourite authors were Peter Herring, who wrote Creatures of the Deep, and Storm Tempest, who edited the Dictionary of Weather. Yes, excellent.
Storm Tempest.
There have been some interesting nicknames as well.
We've actually on BBC Heaven Worcester and on Midlands TV and so on got Sarah Blizzard, who's a weather presenter. Yeah.
Yes.
That's genuine, I think.
Is it you?
Oh, it is me. Sorry, I thought you were going to read another one.
Well, I didn't think there was time.
Sorry, D'Oliveira to Tender Scarter, pushes out in the offside. No run. 399 for 4. D'Oliveira from the Diglis end. He's in again. He bowls. Tender Scarter is forward and just closes the face on this one. Tucks it away behind square on the other side. Takes one. They think about 2, but they don't take a second, as Morris comes quickly in off the square leg boundary to field. The 400 then is up for Essex in the 143rd over, and Tender Scarter goes to 5. Walter is 32. D'Oliveira round the wicket to the left-handed Walter, who's forward, pushes out on the offside, and they go for a cheeky single. Might have had to hurry a little bit more had Mitchell picked it up cleanly as he ran from slip, but he didn't, and therefore what started off as one of those where you run and your heart's in your mouth, you think, oh, I better get a move on, and then you see the misfield and you think, oh no, it's okay, and they got through pretty comfortably. D'Oliveira in once more, over the wicket to the right-handed Tender Scarter, clips this one away firmly on the leg side, but Ricky Vessels is now in there at short leg with the helmet on and the big bulky shin pads protruding through his trousers, and he gets in the way of that one and stops it. D'Oliveira again bowls. Tender Scarter this time works it to the right of Vessels, who tries to stop it, football style, sticking his foot out and sliding along. Almost as if he was trying to trip up a winger who was going past him, but he didn't get a foot on it. He's just rehearsing the movement now as he crosses over to the other side because they took a single. 402 for 4. D'Oliveira around the wicket to Walter, bowls, and Walter back just drops this one down on the offside. End of the over. 4:02 for 4. Walter has 33. Carter has 6.
Steve from Istanbul emails us again about various things, wondering if we can see the online camera coverage. Well, Frank can a bit. He's got it away to the left of the box. I can't really. Is the camera at the Diglis end on a significant slant to the left? It looks as if there's a slope almost reminiscent of Lord's. No, there's not. Could they wedge a bit of paper under the foot of the tripod? And then he also says, we did cover this yesterday. You obviously had to work for a living yesterday, because you'd have heard us discuss it, Steve. Am I correct in understanding that Diglis End is named with the ecclesiastical connection with the cathedral and the French language? Yes, it is.
Absolutely.
De l'Église of the church.
Yeah. Here's Pennington from the New Road end. Comes in and bowls to Carter, who cuts at this one, slices it off a thick edge down to third man. Good bit of fielding down there by Tom Felt, and they get through for just a single. How long can a new road be new for? That's the other thing, isn't it? I mean, a new road's been called New Road for as long as I can remember, and longer than that, I'm sure. But yeah, you do wonder. There's a couple of houses in the village I live in called New House, and I think, how long can it be New House? And then it becomes Old House, or just House. Well,
but it's the name of the road.
House wouldn't work, would it?
No.
Road.
I mean, there are towns called Newport.
Indeed.
Numerous of them.
As Pennington bowls, and there's a strangled appeal as Walter plays at this one. I think he tried to work it away on the onside. It went between bat and sort of hip, on the inside, as it were, and was taken by Cox. Probably flicked his trousers or the bottom of his jumper, and it was taken by Cox.
Steve concludes by saying, thanks again for such merriment and informational commentary, keeping us expats going. Oh, and he's looking for Adam Wheater to come in and blast a whirlwind 50.
Yeah.
Well,
Pennington in, bowls, and Walter drives at this one through extra cover. Again, no huge timing involved, but hits it well enough to get a single as Alzari Joseph moves off the boundary. Walter moves on to 34, 404 for 4, and Worcestershire, I think, Jake Libby there, captain at mid-on now as the right-handed Carter who's on strike, probably feel that they're just doing okay at the moment. They'd like to be more threatening, but they're aware that that's difficult, and they're just trying to keep a lid on it. As Pennington bowls and Carter pushes out on the offside, and I think that's probably all they can hope for at the moment. It's just to keep things under control.
Yes, we had a couple of emails, both from Andrew. I think they're different people, but not the same Andrew sending them twice, which basically say, I was wondering why bull tracking is always the last one, when to my mind it ought to be the first. Apparently it takes longer to process than the others.
Yeah,
I thought
possible.
Thought it would be a matter of microseconds in either case, but apparently
Pennington
not.
In again, bowls to Carter, who again indicates by his sort of body language, having tried to force that away on the offside, that he can't time it. Just jams it down into the ground. You get pitches like this sometimes, you can't work it out. If you get a full wide half volley like we saw a few times yesterday and Alistair Cook cracked them away, then pretty much any surface you can do that. But any length where there's a distance between the ball hitting the pitch and the ball reaching the bat, if the ball is just not coming on, as we say, then it can be difficult to time. Pennington bowls. This is a lovely shot from Carter. He's only going to get one for it because Morris is sweeping the offside boundary, but he timed that nicely on the up through the covers, picks up a single, and moves on to 8 at the end of that over. 405 for 4. Paul Walter, the other batsman, is on 34. The one man out since lunch. Dan Lawrence, LBW to Pennington for 90. And Dickie Davis, after a bit more email exchange, will continue the commentary.
Okay, thank you, Frank. Yes, we had an email from Richard who says, we're talking about names, he mentioned a footballer's name, probably before we put the embargo on it. on the topic of excellent names, are you familiar with the Aston Villa player called Marvellous Nakamba from Zimbabwe?
Yeah, I've seen Marvellous play a few times, and actually, Northamptonshire have got or had a Zimbabwean last year, whose first name was Blessed. Didn't they? Be in your playfield. I can't remember his surname off the top of my head, but he bowled very well against Worcestershire last year. Good cricketer.
It's not relief, is it?
No, it isn't. It isn't. Oh, I should remember it. I will shortly. Anyway, yeah. Marvellous Nakamba. If D'Oliveira bowls and Tenduskar cuts down into the ground, the ball pops up in the air and lands almost by the stumps. But Nakamba, no, that's Marvellous.
It's Blessing, actually.
Blessing, there you are. Yeah.
Blessing Mubarabani.
Mubarabani. Yeah. D'Oliveira again bowls, driven up to mid-off. Libby fields, they take a single. Tenduskar goes to 9, 406 for 4, and it's over to you now. I'm talking on too long. Short from D'Oliveira, that one. Walter went for a big hit Vessels at short leg and then dribbled away, and they take a single. 407 for 4.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's me, isn't it? I do apologise, listeners, and Frank. It's D'Oliveira bowling from the Diglis end.
Shout for LBW. Just have a look.
It was a shout. It wasn't all that confident though, was it? Really?
Well, it's just whether it hit pad or bat first, I think.
Yeah.
It's one of those that was very difficult to say. We need all sorts of paraphernalia, ball tracking and stuff.
Yes, indeed. D'Oliveira bowls and Tenduskar comes down the wicket to him and gets the pitch bit, but only brings up a single as it's worked away to square leg. The Essex physio and the I think this is a strength and
conditioning coach.
Yes, Chris Clark Irons is the physio, who himself plays a lot of club cricket, and that's lofted away for 6 runs over deep mid wicket by Paul Walter. Paul Walter's had not a particularly long career with Essex so far, but quite a varied one. He came in as predominantly a one-day player, and was a bit of a pinch hitter at the start of the innings, and has since developed into, well, what I'm tempted to call a proper cricketer, but some people might take exception to that description of. But no, he's, as I say, I think he's probably the most consistent of the Essex batsmen this season. By which I mean he's always made more or less every innings made a similar sort of score, and so he's doing very well for his county, and played his club cricket at Billericay in the middle of Essex. The Essex Cricket League start their season tomorrow. I wish them all well. Hope they have a lot of fun, a lot of success as well, but in club cricket, fun is just as important to my mind. And let's just nudge down backward a square on the offside. I had tremendous fun for more than 40 seasons playing club cricket and club rugby, but probably more at cricket than at rugby. If you've just spent an hour and a half lying face down in the mud while 8 forwards trample all over you, it's not quite so easy to see the fun in it on a Saturday afternoon in the middle of January. As Pennington moves in and bowls to Tenduskar, who plays that down again backward of square on the offside. No addition to the score of 414 for 4, 414 for 4, with Walter not out 41, lots of 4s and 1s there, and Tenduskar not out 10. And well, there's remaining 47 overs of the day. 32 have to be bowled in the last, so we've got 15 before tea. Just trying to 15. if they were to go to run a ball, they'd have 500 by tea time. But well, that might well be their aim.
That's four of them.
And that certainly helps. A bit of a flash by Tendescada gets a top edge, and it goes over the slips for 4 runs down to the vacant third man. So yeah, 15 overs, 6 and over 90. Yes, they'd reach 500 by tea. That may well be their aim, and then they'd have a whole 2 hours at Worcestershire in the final session. So time alone will tell.
Yeah, it's a pretty daunting prospect if you're Darryl Mitchell or Jake Libby, isn't it? Having been out there for the best part of 2 days, to think probably going to have to go out for an hour or two tonight against a fit, fresh Essex side with a new ball.
Yes, and again, Tendescada has picked up more runs here as that's lobbed over mid-on's head. It doesn't get 4 for it. It was a bit of more of a golf shot, really, a sort of number 7 iron.
7 iron, yeah.
And yeah, so it just sort of plugged short of the boundary. I expect you just give me the impression, Frank, that you'll be a bit of a golfer.
Not very good. No,
but
I try. I do play a bit.
I expect there's some lovely courses around this neck of the woods, aren't there?
Yeah, I do play a bit. I'm not a member anywhere. It's Paddington Inn.
That's just worked away on the onside, no addition to the score.
Some of the Worcestershire, well, all cricketers play, don't they? Some of the Worcestershire players. Jake Libby is, I think, is reputedly the best, or Tom Fell. Jake Libby and Tom Fell both very good, very low handicaps.
Yeah.
I mean, very low single figures. Darryl Mitchell's pretty good, I think. Yeah, some of the ex-players very keen as well. Tim Curtis, one of my good friends, plays off 3, I think.
Yes.
He plays in Worcester at the Worcester Golf Club.
As the next delivery comes in and Tendescada chops down on that. I think my golf is a bit like you expect cricketers to play golf. Every drive is a sort of a cover drive into the woods. Yes.
Yeah. I try and play a bit. I referred to it last year at Northampton when Hamish Rutherford was playing for Worcestershire in the T20, and he hit one ball and it went a long way out of the ground towards a golf course which is fairly near Wantage Road, and Andrew Rad was commentating, said, you know, that's gone off towards the golf course, and I just remember saying on air, you know, it would, the way the bats are these days and how far they hit the ball, it would take me 3 hits to get the ball that far, and that's with a driver and a 3-wood and a 5-iron or something, because they really do hit it miles sometimes.
Oh, they do. And
so do the golfers, I mean, you know.
Oh, well, this fella, what's his name? Yeah, can't remember his name now, who was threatening to sort of
destroy the Masters.
Yes, and luckily didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, and that shot's destroying what? It's not destroying anything, it's being played out to mid-wicket for a single.
Bryson DeChambeau.
That's it, yes. Yeah. Yes, I mean, he hits it prodigious distance, doesn't he?
Incredible.
Prodigious distance.
Incredible.
So much more than any of the other players. I mean, the top 100 are all superb at the game, and yet this fella hits it a considerable distance more than anybody else. And that's a chopped away square on the offside. No addition. Oh yeah, sorry. 1 run accrues. Essex move on to 4:21. Gary, just around the corner from Broomfield Cricket Club in Chelmsford, emails us. I'll tell you at the end of the over what he's got to say. As D'Oliveira moves in and bowls to Walter, who comes down the wicket, doesn't get to the pitch a bit, doesn't time it, but does pick up a single as he plays it out to mid-off, who's deepish enough to accommodate the single, or long-off, who's short enough to accommodate, I don't mean in stature, but in fielding position, to accommodate him. None of these fielding positions have strict lines as to where they begin and end, but you can see some varying positions are bound to sort of overlap a little bit at times. That's worked away on the onside. No addition to the score. Tendescada again goes forward. Whoa, and Walter could be. No, he couldn't. He came almost literally halfway down the stump, down the wicket. Tenduscarter had no intention of moving, but even when you're 11 or 12 yards away from your crease, for a man of the height of Walter, it's not a big deal to get back into your crease, which he duly did, and that's played away for another single.
Kept really low, that one.
It did, didn't it? For a moment I couldn't think where it was. It went square on the onside. So yeah, the wicket is I don't want to use the word misbehaving. It's not misbehaving, but it's offering enough opportunities to the bowler that will encourage Essex very much.
The one thing I'd say about it is, with regard to the slower bowlers, is that what it does slowly at the moment, doesn't it?
That's true.
Possibly of some encouragement for the batsman. The odd one, particularly from Pennington, one from Morris this morning, has bounced a bit as well, but mostly it's been that low bounce occasionally which has caused problems. And every time I say anything about this pitch, I do want to qualify that there's no suggestion that there's been anything wrong with its preparation by the ground staff.
Oh, good
just
Lord,
done
no.
an amazing job to get this ground where they have, given the weather that they've had to put up with in the last 7 or 8 months.
Yes,
Really. Phenomenal effort. 424 for 4.
Yeah, Gary Smith comes up with the name of a fellow who played just a few first-class games as a wicketkeeper for Somerset, called Rainer Blitz.
Ah, yeah, I think I vaguely remember that.
I can't recall him, but yeah, Rainer Blitz, that is a good name. We like that.
Charlie Morris.
Charlie Morris moves in. Oh, just the sun has just disappeared for the first time for several hours. Moves in and bowls, and Tenduscarter works that away on the onside. And Alan, regarding Harry Potter type names, wasn't there a Jeremy Snape who played for Leicestershire? Yes, of course there was. Yes,
he's now a highly sought after motivational
he is,
speaker, and sort of runs courses in that sort of sports psychology area, I think.
Yes,
absolutely.
As thank you to Elicitano Shrimper. Elicitano, I like that. That's outside the off stump, and Tenduscarter waves a bat at it, but it goes through to the wicketkeeper. And no addition to the score of 424. Yes, Elicitano Shrimper from the sunny southeastern Spain, from a place called Elche. He gives it phonetically as well as anything else, so as to help us with the concerns we had yesterday. And just come back to that. And that's worked away backwards of square on the onside for a single. Mention the fact that several referrals have made advertising surrounding the decision. Oh yes, some commentators often mention the fact that referrals have many an advertiser surrounding the decision by the TV umpire, and so they maximise the amount of money gained.
That is not beyond the realms of
it's
possibility,
not, is it? No.
That's never thought of that, but that's absolutely spot on. Yeah.
Yes, he also reckons that the now Glamorgan player Marcus Labuschagne has a pretty good sort of Hollywood current name.
Yeah. Playing in this game, I think. Playing in this round of games.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's outside the off stump. No addition to the score.
That bounced up. It was a nasty one, that. Went through to Ben Cox on a second bounce and then bounced up and hit his forearm and popped up in towards his face. They're horrible when they happen. Just catch you on the chin. I think he's just rubbing his chin a bit ruefully now. I know your pain. As a wicketkeeper, it's horrible. These pitches where the odd one keeps very low and you don't quite know where to stand, and then one comes through a bit higher, quite difficult for a keeper.
And next delivery is pulled away handsomely, hard and high and profitably for 6 pennants over the mid-wicket boundary. It's a short boundary, okay, but it would have probably cleared it by a distance, even on a longer boundary. There's an interesting one here, which was definitely more in your sphere of activity than mine, Frank. And there's only one delivery at the end of the over, so you might care to comment on it. Yeah. Ian Sinclair says, you keep talking about timing the ball. What do you really mean by timing the ball with a cricket bat? I'll just leave that entirely in your very capable hands. That's outside the off stump and goes through to the wicketkeeper. End of the over, 431 for 4.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I might have to break off in the middle of this because we've got an update.
Oh yes, you have.
But yeah, it's an interesting one and not quite as difficult to define as rhythm, which is maybe even more difficult when you talk about a bowler's rhythm or a batsman's rhythm or whatever. But timing, I suppose, is when all of the different moving forces involved in a cricket shot, such as the hands, the head, the feet, the swing of the bat, etc., or where everything comes together perfectly, so that the bat hits the ball at the optimum moment to make the most of all the movements that are involved. Really, it's extremely difficult to explain. I'll mention one or two things I sometimes say to boys when I'm coaching them. Jake Libby comes in and bowls to Tender Charter, who edges this one for 4. I think it's just gone down off an outside edge through the wicketkeeper's legs, I think, down to the boundary for 4. Wasn't a chance really, it was too low, but Libby holds his head in his hands and nearly got a wicket with his first ball again.
Indeed, yes.
But yeah, I sometimes say as well, you know, if you when you're talking about playing straight and how you will always hit the ball, or you will nearly always hit the ball if you play straight, but if you play across the line of the ball, so if you imagine playing a pull shot or a sweep shot, so Libby comes in again, bowls, pushed forward by Tender Charter. When you play across the line, your bat has to arrive at exactly the same moment as the ball if you're going to hit it. Whereas if you play straight, your bat can go and hit the ball at any point during its passage towards you. Tender Charter pushes out defensively again. Imagine 2 cars approaching a crossroads, one from the north, one from the east. They're likely to miss each other unless they arrive at that crossroads at exactly the same moment. Well, that's what we mean by timing. The timing of their arrival would be exactly the same. Libby in, again bowls to Tender Charter, who drives off the back foot out into the covers, and they take a single. Takes him to 24, 436 for 4. And I suppose what I'm saying is it's that coincidence of the 2 moving parts, the bat and the ball,
yes,
at the perfect time. That's what timing is all about, really. There is, of course, that old joke, isn't there, about what's the secret of comedy? You say, I don't know what's the secret of comedy. What's the secret of comedy?
I don't know.
Timing! Livy around the wicket. Sorry, that's an old one. Bowls to Walter, who tries to tuck this off his leg, but it's really slow, that one from Livy, and it hits him on the pad. Drops out on the onside. I hope that helped to explain it a little bit from a cricket point of view, but it's just when everything's right, isn't it? When you play a shot and everything's right. 436 for 4.
I think
and
that
Libby again round the wicket, and Walter pushes out on the offside. Final point on that at the end of the over. The final point on it is that the reason the batsmen are struggling on this pitch is because the time that it's taking once it's landed to come off the pitch to the point where they expect it to be when they're playing the shot is not easy for them to calculate. Whereas when you bat on what we call a road, a concrete strip, a rock hard, blameless surface, it's much easier to predict because the ball doesn't hold up in the surface. I think that's probably all I can explain.
Yeah, that's brilliant stuff. Thank you. I think that will strike a particular chord with Ian. I didn't tell you sort of the sting in the tail because he wonders if he assumes it's much like timing the ball in golf. Admittedly it's a stationary ball. And Ian is a member of the Professional Golfers Association, so he obviously has a great interest in it.
Absolutely, and I mean, you know, when you do hit a good golf shot, even with a stationary ball, you just feel that the timing of everything is right there.
And the sound's right as well.
Morris in. I'll keep talking because I've got this update to come. Morris down the leg side, taken by Cox, and I think with golf, it's the other moving parts. It's the hands, it's the shoulders, it's the hip, it's the club head. You know, just getting it exactly right. But yeah, it's an elusive thing, isn't it? And when bowlers talk, I just can't find my rhythm, or even batsmen talk about rhythm. how do you define that? You know,
Yeah.
it's just so difficult. And yet, when it's there, I think we recognise it, we feel it, we see it. Well, Essex continuing to build their position of great strength on this second day here at New Road. We're expecting them to go on past 500 and then to declare and give Worcestershire a possible difficult last session here today. At the moment, with Walter on 49 and Tenderscarter on 24, Essex with 42 overs remaining in the day are 436 for 4. And Charlie Morris sticking to him. I've completely lost track of who should be commentating now. Dickie? I think it's you, probably, till about 20 past.
20 past, yeah. Right, yeah, I think so. Pennington moves in and bowls.
Morris, sorry.
Sorry, Morris moves in and bowls.
I didn't know if I'd thrown you by saying the wrong ball.
And no addition to the score. Yes, and when everything is right, if you're executing it, you just know immediately, don't you, that not that it's happened to me very often, either playing cricket or golf. In fact, very, very rarely in golf, but on the one or two occasions in the last umpteen years, everything has, probably by luck, been in the right place at the right time, then it just feels right and sounds right. As that's pulled away backward of square on the onside for 4 runs by Tenderscarter. And of course, what sorts out a professional, highly gifted player, whether it happens to be cricket or golf, is that whereas the enthusiastic amateur might play, say, the perfect golf shot occasionally, once a month, or maybe even less frequently, the professional golfer does it time after time after time after time, and just takes it for granted.
If you're like me with your golf, Dickie, the annoying thing is that you do it when you don't really expect to. So you think, I'll just make sure I possibly slightly over club on this one, because I don't want to land in that brook, and so you take an extra club and you hit it perfectly. It goes 30 yards through the green.
I know it's not exactly an original thought, but I think probably golf is the most frustrating game of them all, because even if for no other reason, you've got nobody else to blame. That's 2 runs nudged down to long leg. Whether I happen to be playing against you, or whether I happen to be playing against I don't know, one of the, in the Masters against one of the superstars. Basically, it's the same game. I've got a stick in my hand and a hole a few hundred yards away, and I'm trying to get a ball down it. So I've only got myself to blame. And every time, it's a great. Now, where the heck is that? That's gone for 4 more runs as well.
Top edge over.
Yeah, they're really going for the runs now, which is understandable in this position. And Tenderscarter gets an edge on that, and it goes down to fine leg for 4. So, yeah, understandably, Worcestershire just beginning to look a little. Well, no, not rattled. That would be unfair and an exaggeration. But what luck is going Essex's way now. They're just chancing their arm. They're in a position of 446 for 4. They're going to chance their arm. They want to declare round about 500 ahead or tea time. So they're just going for more or less everything, and sometimes it's going to come off. And the other annoying thing about golf is sometimes the good shots can be annoying, because you can play the rare good shot. You can think, why can't I do that every time? Yeah. Why can't I do that every time?
I think every golfer, or every golfer
and then you kid yourself. You kid yourself because you say, I only did exactly what I did the previous 111 shots. 111. D'Oliveira moves in and bowls, and it's played out on the offside, and you didn't, of course, do exactly the same.
Yeah.
Oh well, such is life. As D'Oliveira moves in. Libby, I do apologise. Libby moves in and bowls, and it's attempted to swing it down the leg side, but it goes through the wicket-keeper.
D'Oliveira's had a good stint, hasn't he? 36 overs he's bowled.
That's why it's almost instinctive. That's my excuse for him to say it's him and it's not, it's Libby. A stifled appeal as it's pushed out on the onside by Walter. Walter on 49, so yet another little milestone approaching. So there's plenty to. Well, there would be plenty to keep the crowd interested were they here. Well, the Essex crowd if they were here. Ian thanks you very much for his answer. Excellent answer. He says thank you very much. Best regards, Ian. And I wonder where he's golf professional, or perhaps he's on the circuit even. And but anyway,
that's 50 for Walter.
50 for Walter. Wherever you play, I hope you have great success this coming summer. 447 for 4. Jim in Chelmsford emailed us. I'll tell you about what he's got to say at the end of the over as Libby moves in and bowls to Tenduscarter, who goes forward totally defensively. And it's the end of the over. He says, Rees, Alistair Cook and so on. I was literally on my way out of the house yesterday when someone queried the number of cricketing knights who continued to play after their investiture. Not sure if Richard Hadley was mentioned. Yes, he was, but he actually received his knighthood after he'd stopped playing. This may make cricket unique, but I recall from the world of horse racing when John Lawrence became Lord Oaksey and he continued to ride in steeplechases in the 1970s.
Right.
Yes, I believe so. Yes, Lord Oaksey.
Darryl Mitchell's going to have a bowl, I think. A little trundle from the New Road end.
It's, yeah.
Bowled 2 overs yesterday, didn't he? Mitchell. 1 maiden, no wicket for 2. Just got to. I suppose everybody who can turn their on overs just to play their part out there today as we tick along. 151 overs in this innings.
Yes, for more or less 3 and over. 447 for 4. So it hasn't been, particularly exciting. Well,
that innings at Chelmsford when they batted, 490 for 9 declared. That was 157 overs. So it's very similar.
Yes, it is.
There were 9 down on that occasion. So
Mitchell, I haven't told you much about the field settings today. He's got no slips. There's a shortish.
I think people can imagine them. Probably.
Yes, a shortish third man.
Spread out.
Yes, yes, that's right. Spread out, chaps. Spread out. Yes, perhaps it doesn't matter that much. That's down the leg side, and tempted to hit it in the middle of the cathedral. But totally missed, and it went through to wicketkeeper Ben Cox. Yes, the field isn't really of that significance. It's fairly defensive. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 on the boundary, and no really close fielders. There's sort of inner ring and an outer ring basically, and that's played out to long off, where it's fielded by skipper Libby. 1 more run goes on to the score. Tenduscarter moves on to, or rather Walter moved on to 51 and Tenduscarter moved down to the business end of proceedings. He's on 34 not out, and Darryl Mitchell moves in and bowls to Tenduscarter, who just dabs that down in front of him, and Shy comes in at there again. Walter made a lot of ground quickly down the wicket, realised that Tenduscarter wasn't coming, turned round, regained his ground, but a good throw hit the stumps, but there was not really any serious appeal because Walter had turned and
each of his strides
yes, as I say, he only needs 2 or 3 strides and he's there. That's just played defensively as well. Of course, when you're running between the wickets, you're really only as, I don't like to use the word weaker, but as strong as the weaker link. But on the other hand, having said that, a few seasons ago, when Tenduscarter and Foster were together at the stumps in one-day cricket, there were no quicker couple between the wicket on the circuit, probably. Not only just their actual speed, but their speed of conveying thought.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not just physical speed,
no,
it's that
it's
anticipation.
And often it didn't involve calling, just a little look or a nod, and they were away.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because if you call, it alerts the fielders the fact that you're going for one. If you just look at each other and run, then maybe that gives you an extra second or so. That's worked away on the onside. So, yeah, I certainly wasn't suggesting that Tenduscarter was slow in the wicket, down the wicket. It's certainly not. And that's just played out for a single, enter into the covers. Fielded by a very enthusiastic. Number 15.
Oliveira.
Oh, he was no, is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Must be 19 on his back then. Dear oh Lord. And another break for hand sanitation. And
Yeah, I share you sometimes see a bit of enthusiasm like that in the field at this stage in the day, and you think, goodness me, where are you getting that from? But I suppose it's just how they keep themselves going.
Oh yes,
of
course it is.
You I remember somebody once saying to me, you spend more time fielding than you do batting or bowling in cricket, so you might as well enjoy it and make the most of it. And particularly when it's cold, and you've just got to somehow keep yourself motivated, keep yourself up for it.
Yes. Yes. Jez says that golf it's like most addictions. You hit one good shot and you then spend the next 30 years trying to hit it again without ever quite achieving it. It's the only game where the worse you are in the game, the better value it becomes. If you're going to pay £30 for a round, the more shots the better. And that's lofted hard and high and handsome for 4 runs down to, well, more or less straight. In fact, it is straight. There's a long on and a long off, and it bisected them precisely and crossed the boundary just where the sight screen is, which is an indication as to how straight it was. So Walter moves on to 56. Essex 454 for 4. And is this the effects, Mike? I suppose it's just nothing happening. That's why it's all sort of sounds. Yeah, but there's nothing happening. So what?
Nothing to hear.
Nothing to hear. No. And that's just sort of, well, it gets a little bit tied up there, trying to tickle it round the corner. Didn't come off very successfully. So it's a dot in the books, or on the computers, or both. And a slight discussion now between batsman and bowler and skipper. No material change to the field that one can discern, as Libby moves in again and bowls, and that's turned around the corner. A sort of standing up sweep. It was. I don't find it all that easy to describe that one.
Yeah,
really.
I think that's a good way of describing it. Standing up sweep. It was almost like a sweeping action with a.
But he didn't go down on his knee and just So 4 runs anyway. Whatever you like to call it.
A fetch round the corner.
Yes, fetch. Yes. So even more men on the boundary now. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the boundary. But there's nobody in that gap, that it goes between, well, mid off or long off rather, and extra cover goes between the two of them. 4 more runs to Paul Walter. So
just getting a little bit ugly now, isn't it?
It is a bit, yes. I mean, it's they're professional cricketers. Obviously, I don't know quite how to phrase this, but everybody knows what's going to happen. Essex are going to pile on as many runs as they are, as quickly as they can. Then they're going to declare and put Worcestershire in. There's really very little that anybody can do to prevent that happening, and that's not being fatalistic. It's being sort of realistic, I think. And that's 1 more run down to deep backward square, where Roderick does the fielding. And the score moves on to 4-6-2 for 4, with still another 7 overs after this to go before tea. So 7 sixes of 42, probably get more than that, near 50 odd. And there could be Tedescarter reverse swept it. Didn't really execute it all that well, and so therefore the fielder came round and stopped it, by which time Tedescarter was several yards down the wicket and had to regain his ground. It wasn't all that accurate a throw. Ben Cox had to take it higher to his left, but I think probably Tedescarter had regained his ground anyway. So yes, somebody alluded to the fact that Wheater might make a quick 50. Of course, yes, he's still got to come, and he's a sparky little character and a very capable lower order batsman as well. Paul emails us from Manningtree, in a delightful part of Essex on the Tendring Peninsula, down towards where my colleague Paul Newton lives. As an Essex fan, may I just give my best regards to Worcestershire fans, please? I'm sure they'll appreciate it. Yeah, there is a certain comrade, well, more than a certain, there's a considerable comradeship between fans at cricket matches, which you couldn't say about football matches, really. I doubt if many Manchester United supporters say that to the City supporters, but yes, even your salutation says a lot about this game of cricket. Yeah, it is a common sort of interest in the game of cricket itself as much as the side that you support. That's played away on the offside, but no addition to the score. As that is number 15, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you still think it's D'Oliveira? Because D'Oliveira is meant to be 19. And
no, it's definitely D'Oliveira.
oh well, he's wearing the wrong jumper.
I think Bradders has done you with the numbers. He's not. He's wearing the right jumper. I think.
I see.
Bradders' numbers are slightly wrong, and I think he's never bothered him because he wouldn't ever have any problem recognising D'Oliveira.
Ah, is he still here?
Tell him off.
Yes, he will. Made me look stupid. He'd say that's not difficult. And he'd probably be right. That's worked away on the offside, but straight to the fielder. As Mitchell moves in, bowls to tend to well, the scoreboard says tend to discard.
Got a wicket.
And it's
he sliced it away and been caught.
Yeah, it's Walter actually. Although the scoreboard says it's 10 discarder, it's actually Walter who's out slicing it away, as you say, to sort
Tom Fell caught it. Tom Fell. Running back from sort of backward point to sort of short third man, went for a big hit on the leg side, got a leading edge and fell running back. It's a good catch actually, really good catch. But it does give the opportunity for Wheater to come in, doesn't it?
Yes.
Which might not be such a good thing. But Mitchell, golden arm, picks up another wicket.
Score 483, is that? Yes. So that wicket put on 90 odd.
Yeah, that was quick, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah, it was. It was in. It was 90 odd in 15 overs, I think. So
yeah, 93.
16 overs. Walter gone for 65. He's continuing his decent start to the season.
Yes, he has indeed. Yes, proving a valuable asset to the side. So Paul in Manningtree says, I was lucky enough to be at the T20 Blast find at Edgbaston 2 years ago. We were sitting near the Worcestershire fans, right at the back of one of the stands. There was plenty of good-natured banter going on between us, but when Essex won off the last ball, the Worcestershire fans all stood and applauded both the match and then their rival fans. Great sportsmanship, and I think a real respect between the counties. I now have a real soft spot for them.
Oh, that's nice. I was there for that day, and I think one of the things that helped was that we were so amazed to win the semi-final from the position that Worcestershire were in at the beginning of the last over. I think the Worcestershire fans were so amazed to win that everything else in the day was a bonus, really.
Yes.
Yeah, but it was a great day. It was.
I always think there's something slightly ironic in the fact that it's the shortest version of the game. It is actually the longest day of the season.
Of the year, yeah. Well, it's a long day provided you get through, I suppose.
Well, yes. Yeah. If you're in the first match and you get through, it's a long day, and quite a tiring day if you're commentating on it. So Wheater just pushes forward there, and no addition to the score.
Yes, I think when Worcestershire managed to turn around that semi-final against Nottinghamshire, and the last over, which was just crazy, you just could not believe that Nottinghamshire could not win from the position they were in.
No, Mitchell bowls and Wheater pushes forward. End of the over, and end of my stint. Yes.
I was commentating on that last over, and I think they used it as a kind of laughable, hysterical cricket trail for the next week or two on BBC Hereford and Worcester, because I just could not. I just kept saying Worcestershire have won. Worcestershire have won. Absolutely crazy.
Wake me up.
Crazy. But yeah, it was a good day. It was a good day. Not as good as the year before, of course, when Worcestershire did actually win the whole thing. But anyway, bright sunshine. Adam Wheater is out there now, the new batsman. We've seen 2 wickets go down this afternoon, 3 in the day. If you're just joining us, the story of the whole day is that Essex began the day on their overnight score of 266 for 2. They lost 1 wicket in the morning. Tom Westley caught by Ben Cox off a skyer, off the first ball that Jake Libby bowled for 113. That was 340 for 3. It became 390 for 4 after lunch when Dan Lawrence was LBW to Dylan Pennington for 90 as D'Oliveira bowled to Tendiscarter, who cuts him away to backward point where Alzari Joseph fields. Slight misfield allows them to come back for 2. Good running from Tendiscarter, and as I say, since lunch 2 wickets. Lawrence for 90, and just an over ago Walter caught by Tom Fell off Darryl Mitchell for 65. D'Oliveira again into Tendiscarter. That one keeps really low, and he just gets his bat down on it, pushes it out on the offside. 465 for 5 the total, and D'Oliveira in again, bowls to Tendiscarter, who cuts again firmly out on the offside, and this time he gets a more conventional 2 runs because Alzari Joseph is a busy man in the field, has to run around to his right from his position at point on the boundary, and he fields just inside the rope, deep extra cover, and they're back for 2 more. Tendiscarter pressing the accelerator pedal now. He's on 39. He's faced just 56 balls, and with Wheater having just come in, Tendiscarter looking to take the attack to Worcestershire. One senses that that 500 is going to be the sort of figure that Essex are looking for before a declaration comes. D'Oliveira bowls. Tendiscarter moves down the pitch, but D'Oliveira sees him coming and pushes that one through quite flat. Actually, it wasn't that flat watching the replay. He gave it a little bit of air, but Tendiscarter didn't get to the pitch, and he just pushed it back to the bowler. Darryl Mitchell just wanders over from his position at extra cover to have a little word with D'Oliveira, possibly a suggestion of how he might approach this bowling, and this one he does push through a bit quicker, and Tendiscarter is on the move again, but can't really do much with it, and just kind of kicks it back with his front pad to the bowler. 467 for 5. D'Oliveira again from the Diglis end bowls, and Tendiscarter is forward to this one, pushes back up to the bowler. In the circumstances, a pretty good over that one, and finished it off with 4 dot balls. Wheater yet to get off the mark. He's faced just 2 balls. Tendiscarter has 39. 467 for 5 Essex after 155 overs.
Yep, so we've got another 5 overs remaining before lunch, before tea. 0 law. And
Mitchell's bowling the first of them from the new red end. They'll get through these overs quickly, these 2. Mitchell fields off his own bowling. Firm drive by Wheater, back to him, but he got a hand to it, and in fact flicked it onto the stumps at the non-striker's end. Adam Wheater. A lot of Worcestershire fans won't know a great deal about some of these Essex players. Mitchell leading end bowls, and Wheater is forward. Pushes out on the offside, no run, and that's because they haven't played each other much in the last few years. But
no,
Adam Wheater, wicket-keeper, had a little spell at Hampshire, didn't he, before returning to Essex?
Yes, he did.
But he's a good batsman. He's got 12 first-class hundreds, so he's a pretty serious batsman, wicket-keeper, and likes to score quickly. And he's off the mark here, just moving very neatly down the pitch and getting to the pitch of the ball and driving up to long on for a single, which takes him, as I say, off the mark. 468 for 5. He looks like a wicket-keeper, if you know what I mean, even when he's batting.
Yes.
Mitchell in bowls, and Tendiscarter leans forward on this and just props it down in front of him. He's got that sort of it's sort of the right build for a wicket-keeper, and he moves in that sort of busy way, I always think, Adam Wheater. Excellent player. Mitchell, past umpire White, even slower than usual this one, and Tenderscarter just tries to run it down to short third man for a single, but it was too slow, and Pennington was in quickly and they couldn't get through. Wheater sent him back. So we got 4 overs after this before tea. Mitchell is in, bowls, and this one's tucked away by Tenderscarter off his toes down to long leg. They only take a single as Fell comes in to do, Barnard I think comes in to do the fielding. End of the over, so Tenderscarter keeps the strike. He's 39, Wheater is 1, and Mitchell now 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 7. Flattering figures in the circumstances. 469 for 5.
As well as the cricket being bright from the Essex point of view, the weather continues to be by far the brighter of the 2 days. I don't know what the forecast is for the weekend, but hopefully it's more of the same. Although I'll be home by then. Well,
had a great name. Tweeted in. We've been talking about names.
Yes.
This is a real beaut from James Catpole, and he says it's genuine. I believe you, James. I really do. At Frank Watson 58, I am on Twitter. If you've got any great names or anything else you want to say about our coverage or cricket in general, D'Oliveira in again, bowls, and Tenderscarter pushes out on the offside. Genuine name I collected in Great Yarmouth many years ago. Gaylord Septimus Bendelow. Sadly no longer with us, but with a middle name Septimus, I always wondered if he had at least 6 other siblings. D'Oliveira
Yes.
bowls to Tenderscarter, pushes out into the offside. Barnard fields, single taken. 470 for 5 now, Essex. Yeah, that is wonderful. Gaylord Septimus Bendelow. I'll have to remember it. Not quite as good as Purvis J. Thrash III, but not far off. Well, one more wicket for Worcestershire since you were last with us. Paul Walter has gone, caught by Tom Fell off the occasional bowling of Daryl Mitchell for 65, but Essex still going strong and pushing on towards a very big first innings total. No doubt planning a declaration at some stage in the next hour or two before giving Worcestershire a difficult last session. At the moment, with Ryan Tenderscarter on 41 and Adam Wheater on 1, in the 157th over of their innings, Essex are 470 for 5. Yeah, it's a good one. Thank you very much for that. That's a most enjoyable little theme we've got going there, I think, with the names. D'Oliveira bowls, and big miss-stumping here by Ben Cox. Adam Wheater going charging down the pitch, miles out of his crease. Cox didn't take the ball cleanly, it bounced up in front of him. Even then he thought he might have another chance to flick it back onto the stumps. So far down had Wheater gone, but he didn't even manage to do that. He flicked it back and it missed the stumps. So a missed opportunity. D'Oliveira bowls, and big shout for LBW. He's got his man this time because he's got him LBW with the very next ball. Yeah, and it looked a really good shout, just hurrying on, and Wheater leaning onto the front foot, hit in line, I think. So, well, Ben Cox will be a relieved man in a way, although I don't really think it's going to change anything, because, as you said, Dickie, Essex, we all know what's going to happen. Essex are going to get about 500,
yes,
and then they're going to declare. Cox will feel my miss-stumping didn't cost any runs at all, but at the same time, his own standards are such that he'll be disappointed with himself for missing it, but a little bit more respectability being lent to the scoreboard by these wickets that have just gone down in the last few minutes. And Wheater is LBW to Brett D'Oliveira for 2. D'Oliveira now has 2 wickets for 106, and that's not a bad effort. He's in his 38th over. He, as much as anybody, has kept things fairly tidy, and there we go. And it wasn't, after all of that, it wasn't Wheater that was out, was it? It was Tenderscarter that was out. So oh yes, silly me, but It was therefore Tendiscarter who was missed on the stumping, but I thought that was Wheater as well. And there was me saying how I looked at Wheater and how he moved and everything else. Tendiscarter LBW to D'Oliveira. Is the man gone? I hasten to correct myself. Tendiscarter, the man gone for 41. A good innings, which increased the pace just at the right time. And the new batsman is Simon Harmer, who's had some runs this season. Harmer, hasn't he? He got one significant score, I think. Faces D'Oliveira now, pushes this out on the offside. He got 82 not out, didn't he, in the game at Edgbaston last week, and in the second innings. So he's another one who more than knows how to handle the bat. So wickets that have gone down then, let's just recap. Since lunch, Lawrence, LBW Pennington for 90, 390 for 4. Walter caught fell ball Mitchell 65, 463 for 5. And a moment ago, Ryan Tendiscarter, LBW2, Brett D'Oliveira for 41, 471 for 6. And that's the current score, as Mitchell begins a new over and bowls to Wheater, who pushes out on the onside. I think it's probably your turn to take over the commentary, Dickie.
And there's only...
Let you take it through till tea.
Okay, fine, thank you. Had an email from Tony thanking you for sorting out the sound issues during the morning session. And
should we take credit for that?
It
wasn't our fault they went wrong, but we'll take credit for the fact that they were put right.
Yes, I brought into use all my electronic knowledge there to sort that one out for you. No, we don't do a thing, we just talk into the microphone and hope that the technical people can sort out the rest of it. That's just worked away on the onside by Wheater. They go through for a single. He now says, is it possible to have the lens of the long distance camera shots from the new road end to have it cleaned?
Well, tea's coming, I'll just climb up.
Yes, that's right, no trouble at all. So, got your chamois with you.
I'll just hold my cake in my mouth while I do it and climb up the ladder. Give it a wipe for you. We're sorry about that. It is a bit, I can see that on my feed actually.
Yeah, is it worked away on the offside rather, for a single. We're talking about names. I can remember a session down at Bristol with BBC Bristol's commentator, or Gloucestershire, Bob Hunt.
Yeah.
A great bloke, and we had a splendid, I can't remember what started. We built up a cricket team with the names of motorway stations. I don't know if you've done that. I think it was captained by one Mr. Newport Pagnell, and it went on from there, and people phoned in because some of that just played back to the bowler, because some of the names of motorway service stations are sort of basically just little villages, because almost by definition service...
Yeah, Michael Wood and things like that.
Yes, service areas are miles from anywhere else, but so they really usually name them after the nearest village, which nobody previously had ever heard of. So which accounts for why some of them have got really quaint sounding names for what by no stretch of the imagination can be considered quaint facilities. So 474 for 6 as the over comes to a conclusion. Wheater 4, Harmer a single.
We years and years ago in the cricket school days, I remember when during a particularly quiet period of play, Jed Pittman, who did Leicestershire cricket school in those days, since gone on working for BBC South West and so on, I think. But Jed said, and the ball is played up to mid-on where it's fielded by Phil Neal. Phil Neal, one of the cricketers whose name, both his first name and his surname, are possible first names. Phil Neal. Can anybody think of any others? And the phone, we had a spare phone line. It just kept ringing as people rang in with other names.
And that's played back to the bowler.
And the next day, the next time we were at home, I came to my commentary box, which was at the other end of this stand here at New Road, and this chap stood outside and said, "I've got a list."
Oliveira in short of a length, cracked away square on the offside.
And he'd been through every Wisden for 100 years, I think, and picked out every name and written them all down. He said, "And I don't know if you'll allow me this last one, William Grace." But yeah, you can start all sorts of games.
Oh yes,
when you're bored.
Yep. Or
Not that we're bored.
No, far from it. Or on a rainy day, Harmer faces up to D'Oliveira, pushed out on the onside.
Yeah, no, I don't mean that we're bored now, but
No.
but you do get some sessions where your mind drifts, and
Oh,
you know,
yes,
a team of left-handers or
Yes.
a team of all-rounders or whatever.
And of course, another subject which is popular is nicknames of cricketers or sports stars, which often aren't all that imaginative. They usually finish up with just putting a Y,
on the end.
yes,
yeah.
like Noxie and Foxy
Coxie and
Coxie
Felly and
Belly, yes,
yeah, Dolly.
And but my favourite one was, and that's worked well on the offside, no addition to the score. It was our illustrious colleague Jonathan Agnew who coined it. There was a fellow who played for Warwickshire, if I dare mention the name Warwickshire in these places, called Zondecki, and he gave him the nickname of All Hands.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you my favourite nickname.
All Hands on Decky. If that's
long
given
way down. That
long way down.
Might have been hitting.
But that's the sort of thing that
yeah.
you know, the camera might give out, because it doesn't really take that in itself into consideration, does it?
End of the over. Yeah, my favourite name is a footballer who played for a number of clubs until recently, called Fitz Hall. I think he played for Manchester City at one time. Fitz Hall, and his nickname was One Size.
Yes.
Which I thought was tremendous.
Yes, very good.
The best I've heard, I think.
Yes, probably is.
Last over before tea.
Which is bowled by Daryl Mitchell, and the ball is played back to him. Now, will Essex consider 400 and whatever it's likely to be, 480-ish? Will they consider that's enough to declare at tea time? At the hierarchy will no doubt have a quick discussion. They might say, no, let's have a quick bash for a quarter of an hour or so, or half an hour. But as with everything in life, time alone will tell. We'll tell you in half an hour. As Daryl Mitchell moves in and bowls. That's played totally defensively.
Judging by the way he's playing this, they're going to carry on after
Yes,
tea.
I think so. Yes, otherwise they'd be just throwing back to every delivery. Yeah, I think they're going to go on for another, maybe half an hour after tea. Get it up to 500 and plenty. As Mitchell moves in again and bowls. And again, it's just played out straight on the onside. Just to the leg side of straight, and they go through for a comfortable single. Harmer doubles his score from 1 to 2, and increases it by 50%, goes through from 2 to 3. Sorry, they hadn't already clicked it up. Wheater similarly goes forward in dogged, defensive and determined manner. Can't think of any other adjectives beginning with D at the moment. Not that are appropriate anyway. And the last ball, assuming it's a valid one, and there's no reason on earth to think it won't be, as Mitchell moves in now, bowls to Wheater, goes on the back foot, works it away on the leg side. They'll go through for a single, so Wheater will take the first ball after tea, and they all troop off for a well-earned cup of tea. I think, in all fairness, the Worcestershire players have earned it all the more, because they've been out there in the pretty miserable conditions, and when the conditions are miserable, it's always worse fielding than batting. You're running around and you're concentrating on your own game when you're batting, but it's not so much fun when you're in the field at any level of the game. So 478 for 6, Wheater not out 6, and Harmer not out 3.
And thank you very much for listening, and I hope you've enjoyed our coverage of the afternoon session of day 2 of this game here between Worcestershire and Essex. Do join us when play restarts at around about 5 minutes past 4. Until then, thank you very much, and we'll speak to you later. Just another chap. I mean, we've got quite a few. Yeah. Nobody really who does it all the time. Yeah. We haven't got who does it all the time. So we've got 3 or 4 who do it on the rotation. Right. And tomorrow and Sunday you've got Nick Cleghill, who. Right. Who's one of the original ones. Right.
I've only been doing this 26 years.
Yeah.
Nick probably been doing it. Well, he's doing it since the radio, since BBC Essex started.
Right.
Which must have been.
Do you know what, we might well have worked together
30
years
30
ago
years,
then before.
yes.
I worked with Paul,
Yes,
obviously.
well, he and they were the two originators on the commentary team when BBC Essex started about 30 years ago. And I came along about 4 years later. Quite a high up officer in the immigration service at Stansted Airport.
Okay. Right.
So a very responsible job,
Yeah.
immigration at the moment.
Well, yeah, I was just going to say that must at this time that must be particularly
Yes.
testing, I would have thought.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Anyway, I look forward to seeing him, but I have thoroughly enjoyed it too.
Yes,
It's
I
great fun.
really have, because as you may have heard, I've had 5 weeks or
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
This was just the medicine I needed.
Good. Okay, terrific.
To return to the cricket, the weather, and the country.
Well, that's very kind of you. Oh dear.
Like I say, the weather in here.
Yeah, with the heater on.
Not out there.
It's just going to get more dying over shingles now. Hi, Han. You alright? Oh, were you asleep? No, I rang the landline, but you didn't answer. I did carry on ringing on it for ages. It didn't register on my phone. Sorry. Just ring and see how you are. Just having a rest then. I'm alright. Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, just checking really. That's all. Just you know. Okay. Just didn't want you to think I wasn't thinking about it. That's all. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. I better go. Got to just nip to the loo before they start again. Okay. Sorry to have woken you up. All right. All right. Okay. Okay. See you later. Bye.
Thank you ever so much. You okay? Oh, yes, thank you. You can get warmer. Oh, no, yeah. What did you do here? Christmas is always fun. It is.
No. Nor me. Funny how what? Is he friendly with him, or does he just... No. That's what I think. We'll do an update in a minute, but... No, I agree with you. You can tell. I wonder what he was talking about. Yeah. All right. Thanks, mate. Who are we going to talk? Who are we going to talk to? Yeah, I think probably Jake. No, I think Jake would be as good as anybody.
Unless he gets Everton, or we don't think what's
Yeah, no, that's true. Mitch, same.
could do Mitchell.
Dolly's a talker.
Dylan, I'd say. Not now. I mean, beyond the end.
Charlie?
He's a wicket, does he? You know, wicket?
Slogged away, isn't he?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll go with whoever you.
Well, whatever you.
No, seriously, you choose.
Well, yeah. See you, brothers.
Okay. Good afternoon and welcome back to New Road at Worcester for the third session on day 2 of this county championship game between Worcestershire and Essex. D'Oliveira is taking up the attack from the Diglis end, and he bowls the first ball after tea to Adam Wheater, the Essex wicket-keeper batsman, who pushes out on the onside, or it's taken on the pad and it just dribbles out on the onside and is gathered by Ben Cox. There's no addition to the score. D'Oliveira in again, bowls, and Wheater pushes out on the onside. That score is 478 for 6. Essex having won the toss yesterday morning and chosen to bat. D'Oliveira again in, bowls, Wheater on the back foot, cuts away on the offside, fielded by Alzari Joseph, running round from cover point towards extra cover, and he returns the ball to the bowler. 1 bounce, 2 runs taken. Wheater moves on to 8, and the total to 480 for 6. D'Oliveira again is in and bowls, and Wheater goes for a little paddle sweep, misses it, taken on the pad, the ball runs out on the offside, and Ed Barnard comes in from cover to do the fielding. It's been a long 2 days out there for Worcestershire. Well, we're in the first over after tea here at New Road, and Essex have decided to continue their first innings, pushing on towards 500. We expect a declaration at some stage during this session. It's been a long 2 days for the Worcestershire bowlers, and they're still battling away out there. Adam Wheater, the Essex keeper, is on 8. Simon Harmer is on 3, and they are 480 for 6. That last ball of the over cut away by Harmer by Wheater, I beg your pardon, down to third man for 4 runs, takes him on to 12, 484 for 6 then, Essex in the 162nd over of this innings. Daryl Mitchell is going to continue from the New Road end. Picked up a wicket, remember, in that afternoon session when Paul Walter was caught by Tom Fell, running back from sort of backward point position, short third man, diving catch off a top edge, an attempted big hit by Walter, and Walter was out for 65. The other main contributors, as you probably already know, Alistair Cook 115, Tom Westley 113, and Dan Lawrence 90. And then just before tea, Ryan Tendershkarter LBW2, Brett D'Oliveira for 41, 484 for 6, and Mitchell in now bowls to Harmer, who's beaten outside the off stump, and that one goes through. Bencock's not gathering cleanly, drops it down behind him. Scoreboard's gone blank, and it's come back again. Whew, thank goodness for that. 484 for 6 as Mitchell comes in once more, bowls to Harmer, who goes for a firm drive on the offside, hits it straight to Ricky Vessels at mid-off, and there's no run. I think we all expect a declaration at some stage during this session, Dickie. It's just a case of when and how long they give themselves to bowl. I reckon another 30 or so. Yes, Mitchell bowls to Harmer, who clips this one through mid-wicket. Joseph, the fielder, on the mid-wicket boundary, and they take a single. 485 for 6. Yeah, I think for 500, 520 will be something like what they're after. In comes D'Oliveira, fields this one at mid-on, fielded there as Wheater goes charging through, and D'Oliveira throws at the stumps at the non-striker's end, and they take a single. Harmer back on strike. Wheater now on 13, 486 for 6, and Mitchell to bowl to the taller of the two batsmen, Simon Harmer, the Essex off-spinning all-rounder, who drives sweetly down the ground and is fielded by Gareth Roderick, moving around at long on. Wheater 13, Harmer 5, and Mitchell in his 8th over, about to complete it. 1 for 15 so far. He's in now, bowls, and Wheater plays a little reverse paddle, or tries to play it. Did he get a bat on it? I think he got something on it, because no signal for the umpire. End of the over. Wheater keeps the strike. He goes on to 14, and it's 488 for 6. Good afternoon for the first time to Dickie Davis.
Good afternoon, Frank. Yeah, so still to come in one order or another, Snater, Cook and Siddle. Yeah, I mean, Essex might even think if one of these goes, then they'll declare, with all due respect, of numbers 9, 10 and Jack. But anyway, we'll find out.
As Brett D'Oliveira continues from the Diglis end, and he bowls to Wheater, who drives very sweetly up to long on and picks up another single. So no frenetic activity yet from these two. Post tea, just steadily accumulating still, as they did prior to the tea interval. D'Oliveira in their bowls to Harmer, who's back and pushes us out on the offside. So I don't think it's going to be a quick thrash, Dickie. It's going to be they're just going to see how long it takes them to get to wherever they want to get to. They obviously feel they've got plenty of time. 2 days left in the game, of course, and another 29 overs after this in this day. D'Oliveira is in again and bowls, and Harmer drives nicely up to long off. Fielded there by Tom Felt. They take a single, 490 for 6. Harmer goes to 6. Nothing frantic though. We saw Tendusgarter trying to force things along, or successfully forcing things along, and Wheater, but these two so far just happy to accumulate singles, and another single here as Wheater cuts this one from D'Oliveira out through the covers, and it's fielded by Alzori Joseph, and there is, as I say, just the 1 run taken. D'Oliveira whipping through his overs. 2 balls left in this one. He bowls, and this is driven by Harmer out into the covers. A run is considered, but a quick shout of no from him as Barnard descends, swoops quickly in the covers. D'Oliveira once more in bowls, and Harmer is pushing out into the offside, fielded by Roderick. End of the over, 491 for 6.
Yeah, we were talking about names and various things. We did sort of try and limit it to cricketers, but we'll allow Trevor a bit of leeway, because I'll explain why in a minute. Because he says my favourite appropriate name is that of a vicar of the church by Rochford Golf Course, not too far from your neck of the woods, Dick. He may or may not still be in that position, but I saw for myself the board on the front of the church bore the legend Reverend Godsell. Well, I do know that's a fact, because that church is St Andrews in the middle of Rochford Golf Course, and it was indeed the Reverend Godsell who married me.
Well, there you go. Mitchell bowls. That's a lovely little one-day shot from Adam Wheater, just sort of going almost half down on one knee, and then a little reverse paddle, little reverse flick down to third man for 2, chased down there by Dylan Pennington, but clever shot. Not the sort of shot you want to see early on in an innings in a red ball game, but in this circumstance, a very neat and clever little shot from Wheater. 493 for 6 as Mitchell is in, bowls to him, and he drives, or tries to drive on the onside, just sort of squeezes the ball down into the ground, and it bounces up in front of Brett D'Oliveira coming in from mid-wicket. They take another single. Wheater's gone to 19, 494 for 6.
Yeah, so thanks for that, Trevor, very much. Not only did Reverend Godsell married me, he married my wife as well.
Mitchell bowls again to Harmer, who turns this one away on the onside, and it's fielded by Alzori Joseph coming in off the mid-wicket boundary. 495 for 6. And Wheater on strike. Waits now as Mitchell is in, bowls to him, and drives sweetly but straight back to the bowler. One thing about Mitchell and D'Oliveira, they're whipping through these overs now, so I mean the over rate is +6 on the scoreboard, which is indicative of how quickly they've done that. So we shouldn't have any overtime tonight. It's Mitchell bowls, and Wheater again drives on the onside, up to mid-on. D'Oliveira fields. No run. Lovely summer evening now. There's a bit of cloud over towards Malvern, bit of grey, but blue skies behind the cathedral. Sunshine, still chilly. Umpire Graham Lloyd still wearing his black gloves. That square leg as Mitchell comes in and bowls, and that's heaved away on the leg side by Wheater, but one bounce short and pulled away. One bounce into the hands of the fielder at deep backward square. End of the over, single taken. So Wheater moves on to 20, and it's 496 for 6.
Yeah, we were talking about timing the ball perfectly, and so you don't have to put too much effort into it. You almost got the impression that shot by Wheater was exactly the opposite. That was just born of attempted strength for only a little fella. He had to put everything he'd got into it. It wasn't really timing at all. An email from Stephen. As my own Derbyshire team are being taught a painful lesson by that lot up the road. Who are Derbyshire playing?
Notts.
Oh, are they? Oh, yeah, the crowd over the other side of the M1. I'm going to spend the rest of the day listening to your commentary. Well, that's very kind of you.
D'Oliveira bowls to Wheater, who drives up to extra cover where Barnard is the fielder, and he prevents any addition to the score, and it's returned to the bowler. 496 for 6. D'Oliveira once more in from the Diglis end, bowls. Wheater goes back, keeps a little bit low, just tucked away on the onside, fielded by Libby, moving around from mid-wicket. They take a single.
He asks, I also thank you very much for your second sentence, which I won't read out for obvious reasons, but thank you very, very much, much appreciated. I was just wondering if there's any hope of Essex playing at any of their outgrounds again. There's always hope, but I think it's highly unlikely.
D'Oliveira in again, bowls, and Harmer goes back and cuts this away behind square on the offside, and there's no run as it's fielded by Mitchell. D'Oliveira once more in, bowls, and on the back foot goes Harmer, pushing up to mid-on, long on. Pennington comes off the boundary to do the fielding, and they take one more. So ticking along rather than careering or cantering along at the moment. Essex approaching 500. D'Oliveira is in, bowls, and this one's driven by Wheater out the offside. Nice shot, beautifully timed, but very well fielded by Ozori Joseph, running around to his right, picks up cleanly in one hand, returns to the bowler. They take 2, so the 500 comes up for Essex. 500 for 6, quite a daunting total when you look up at that scoreboard and see that. D'Oliveira is in, bowls, and Wheater on the back foot just stabs at this one and punches it up to extra cover, where it's fielded by Barnard. End of the over, 500 for 6, and probably time for you to take on the commentary, Dickie.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks, Frank. He was just wondering if there's any hope of playing at any of the outgrounds. Come back. Always enjoyed a day at South Church Park, regardless of whether it was a club or a county game. Yes, there was something very special about South Church Park, I must admit. In Southend, it was a lovely place to watch cricket. Sad to see the county, who once played at the biggest number of venues, confined to just one home ground. Yes, the most recent to go was Colchester, and there's a lot of chat on social media as to will Colchester ever return. I personally, and it's only my thought, it's not based on anything, but I don't think Colchester will ever return. I think Southend or Essex are a one ground county now, but as you say, they used to play at more than any of the others. When my dad first took me as a very young lad to watch Essex cricket, they had 9 grounds, and they played on 8 different ones each season, and sort of left one fallow, I think you'd call it in agricultural terms. That's nudged down to fine leg for 4. Is it runs? Or yes, it is runs, not the much discussed leg byes of earlier in the afternoon. 4 more runs come off Harmer's bat. Yep, 9 grounds they used to use, and I'll see if I can remember what they were. I went to all of them at one stage or another. Well, if my dad and various train and bus journeys accommodated, and that's worked away on the onside, not timed particularly well. And Harmer looks ruefully at the bottom of his bat, like a snooker player would look at his cue if the tip's coming off. And the final's building up nicely this weekend at Sheffield, and that's worked away on the onside, backward of square for 4 runs. And although most of the sports that I'm interested in are outdoor sports, I must admit, for some reason I really find snooker fascinating, and I shall probably be glued to the television this weekend. You a snooker man at all?
No, not really. No.
Fair enough. I just had a feeling you wouldn't be. No.
Have the odd game now and again, but and I used to have a little table when I was a boy, but no,
right.
I don't watch it on TV.
No. But, they've got a crowd, well, not a full crowd back at the Crucible, but a partial crowd, and that's just pushed out on the onside, offside, back to the bowler really. 508 for 6. Not even sure who's in the semis on this stage. I've rather missed out watching it the last few days while I've been up here, or we say up here, over here. For some reason I've always been inclined to think of Worcestershire as being further north than it is, and actually if you draw a line across the map, it's actually, comparing it with somewhere more in eastern counties, it's actually just south of Cambridge, which it goes actually against what I would have initially thought. But
no, I can understand that misconception. Yeah,
yes,
and there are others, aren't there, about when you look in both east and westerly directions, I think, really.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm often quite surprised by the positions of places on the map when you look at the whole of the UK.
Yes. Yeah, but one of
sanitisation break here. You're not missing anything. Don't worry.
Yeah, I mean, one of the sort of benefits, side effects of doing this job for as long as I have is that I think I've become fairly acquainted with places in the UK, and whenever quiz comes, my wife and I watch a lot of quiz programmes on television, and whenever there's a round about UK geography, we think, yes, that's for us. That's played straight for a single by Harmer, who moves on to 23. Wheater on 17, 509 for 6. Greg says, only just tuning in now, how did Lawrence and Walter bat today? Well, they both batted very well. Lawrence for 90, not quite as fluidly as he did yesterday maybe, and Walter, who as regards mere consistency has probably been
bowled.
Enough of that, enough of all that. Wheater is out bowled, attempting to sweep, and I was looking for the ball somewhere in the deserted stands. Was he bowled around his legs, you think? Have you got the replay?
No, he just took a massive heave across the off and missed it and was bowled off stump. Yeah.
Right, so Wheater is out bowled by D'Oliveira for
23, I think.
23. With the score on 510 for 7 and still no declaration. So I'm not quite... So... Who is this? Number 29. I ought to know who the Essex players are by now. Except he hasn't...
He hasn't got a number.
There isn't a 29 on our list.
It's Shane. It's our man.
Shane.
Yeah. It's Shane Snater.
Immediately he fools us because we were led to believe he was going to wear 22 and he's wearing 29.
Shane Snater coming into bat for the first time, we think, in first class cricket, certainly in championship cricket.
Oh, certainly for Essex, yes. Yeah. Yeah, and Walter, I was saying before, in reply to Greg's email, and Walter batted very well. He's probably been the most consistent of the Essex batsmen this season. He hasn't got a century, but he's made good runs every time he's been to the crease. I think statistics may belie that, but generally speaking, he's probably been more consistent than everybody else. He played well for his 65. So, Shane Snater, about to face his first ball in county cricket, or county championship cricket, from Brett D'Oliveira, who moves in now from the Diglis end, right arm over the wicket, bowls to Snater. Snater goes on the back foot, plays it quietly down into the slip region, and the score remains 510 for 7. Snater again plays very
low.
He did keep low, and he plays it out into the offside. Oh, thanks, John. You've saved me from having to look for too many grounds in my memory. Come back to that at the end of this over. That's played out back to deep backward square leg, backward point rather, to Alzari Joseph. Snater's underway in his county championship batting career. He's 1 not out. Harmer 18 not out. And goes in the back foot, punches it through mid-off for a single down towards the boundary. It's fielded 3/4 of the way to the boundary. End of the over. So yeah, John mentions Essex's grounds as being Chelmsford, Colchester, Southend, Ilford, that's 4, Leighton 5, Gallows Corner, which is Romford 6, Brentwood 7, Clacton and Westcliff, they were the grounds where championship cricket were played. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, that's the 9. But then also they played at Harlow and Purfleet. I think they even played a game in Basildon at the old cigarette factory, Carreras. I sit to be corrected though. And now it's all Chelmsford. And now it's all Darryl Mitchell bowling to Harmer, who goes forward defensively, just pushes it out on the offside. And John from Tullibody in Scotland emails again, and come back to that later. Well, I don't mean a lot later, I'm not sort of dismissing it, but when there are slow bowlers on at both ends, then there's not an awful lot of time to discuss things. So at the end of the over, that's just played defensively back to the bowler, or a wicket, or a declaration, or any other natural or unnatural break in play. So Mitchell moves in again and bowls, and Harmer goes forward. Harmer, a big man, is sort of monopolises the crease. Monopolise is not the word I mean, but
dominates.
Dominates. Thank you. Yes, he dominates the crease. He's a big unit. A second row forward, definitely, if he played rugby, and I think he does, or has done, as a South African. It's probably more his natural winter game. Reverse swept for 4 down towards the Cathedral. Splendidly executed shot. Not only a very good bowler, a very interesting man, intelligent man. Already, we're talking about after cricket, already planning for his next career. He's studying law in his spare time. I believe his brother or his father, I believe his brother's already in the profession, and I think he's following him, something like that. I know his mother quite often listens to our commentary. If I've got it a little bit wrong, then please do put us right.
6.
That's over the boundary for 6, backward of square on the onside. Apparently effortless shot, but as I say, Harmer's a big man.
Timed,
yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah, we're talking about timing. Yes, he's the sort of man that if you knew he was a bowler, you'd think, oh yes, he's probably a
quickie.
Quickie. Yes, he's built as if he could bowl fast all day, and but he's not. And but he hits it pretty well, and he hits that one pretty well down to long on for another single, taking him on to 30. And Essex 523. Ian in Tullibody says, you were kind enough to read my email yesterday. In little throwaway line, you mentioned a teammate who wanted to bat, bowl and keep wicket. Yes, I immediately thought of Ken Sandyman. God bless you, Sandy, wherever you are. I opened the batting with Sandy for Leon C. Sunday 11. As a fairly hefty Scotsman, the field will be sent to the boundary, but I was no more than a blocker, nudger, nerdler. When the wizened little Sandy came on strike, the field was brought in. He proceeded to hit the ball to all corners. I understand that he bought himself a new bat for his 80th birthday. Happy days. Oh, sorry, I missed
one off the first ball. D'Oliveira's just short to Harmer and punched away through the offside. I was just going to give some scores from elsewhere as well, having had that mention of the game between Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire. I'll try and run through them in this area.
Oh, yes. D'Oliveira moves in and bowls. And Snater comes down, it comes sort of a pace and a half down the wicket and then plays it back to the bowler.
So Warwickshire got 87, as we know. Durham 271 for 4 in reply. Hampshire 92 and Surrey 397 for 2 in reply.
D'Oliveira just Ooh, Snater goes on the
He's
back
out,
foot.
I think.
Is he
He's
out?
bowled.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's cleaning up, Brett D'Oliveira. Very
Yes.
low, chopped on, really low. Bounced about 3 inches, and he went back and looked to force it off the back foot, got an inside edge, and dragged it on. So Snater is gone, bowled by D'Oliveira for 1. D'Oliveira picks up his 3rd wicket in succession, and it's 524 for 8. That gives me so Middlesex 357, Somerset 98 for 3 in reply, and then Sussex made 328, Lancashire 128 for 1 in reply, Kent made 138, Glamorgan made 197 in reply, and Kent now 34 for 4 in their second innings, so they're trailing by 25 still, and they've only got 6 wickets left. Northants and Yorkshire fairly even, Yorkshire 206, Northants 196 for 6. Leicestershire made 421 against Gloucestershire, Gloucestershire now 39 for 1. And that Nottinghamshire-Derbyshire game, Notts in full control there. They made 256, bowled Derbyshire out for 105, and in second innings Nottinghamshire 243 for 3, so they lead by 394 with 7 wickets remaining. You're not missing anything here at New Road, because the new batsman is coming to the crease, and it's Peter Siddle, and from what I remember of seeing him bat, he won't hang around either.
No, I don't think so. Yep, Rob has emailed us, thank you, lamenting the passing of Castle Park, Colchester, which was especially useful to him because he's now lives in Norfolk, which and we do know that a lot of Essex members, I was going to say certainly did live, that's just played out in the covers, in Suffolk and Norfolk, and Colchester was their main cricket week, so Essex may well have lost quite a sizable chunk of their membership by ditching Colchester, but they've obviously done their sums, and as I was saying yesterday, they're not only a very useful team on the pitch, but they're a very, very well organised and run club, and often the two go hand in glove. I've noticed, even at, or maybe especially at amateur level, you very rarely, let's just play defence, we get a good team unless there's a good administration behind them, and vice versa.
End of the over from Brett D'Oliveira. I'll take over now because I've got an update coming any moment. Essex 525 for 8. Siddle is off the mark with that 1 pushed up to mid-on off the 5th ball of the over, and Simon Harmer now has 31, having cracked on a little bit in Mitchell's last over with that 6 and that 4 off successive deliveries. So Harmer is 31 off 35 balls. Snater, the man out recently, 2 men gone since tea. Wheater bowled by D'Oliveira, having a big heave across the line, bowled off stump, and Snater bowled chopping on as he attempted to force D'Oliveira off the back foot. Both balls not bouncing very much. Jake Libby is coming on to bowl at the New Road end to replace Darryl Mitchell. I think the idea is that we're not going to put the seamers through any more pain, I think, knowing what's going to come, as Libby comes in, bowls, and this is driven nicely by Siddle up to long off, picks up a single. We're not going to put them through any more pain, and we're going to, it wasn't Siddle, it was Harmer, I beg your pardon. We're going to just let the dibbly dobblers, the occasional bowlers, bowl from this end, Libby and Mitchell, and keep D'Oliveira going from that Diglis end, because we all know that basically it was just a case of waiting for either to be bowled out or a declaration, as Libby bowls to Harmer, who pushes that up to mid-off. So it was Siddle who got that run, beg your pardon. He's on 2 now. It's 526 for 8, and Libby right arm over the wicket bowls to Harmer, who square drives this. Front foot straight back, opens the face a little bit and produces a square drive, which is a shot that doesn't often get described these days, but it's a perfectly legitimate cricket shot. 527 for 8, Harmer goes to 32, and Libby bowls to Siddle, who works this on the onside very much with his bottom hand, just leaning forward and then pushing the bottom hand through straight to D'Oliveira at mid wicket, and no run that time. Libby in again, bowls, and
Oh.
Siddle comes down and goes big this time. He's heaved that down the ground for 6, I think, because it just cleared the ropes as Ricky Vessels dived at long off, but couldn't get a hand on it. So 6 for Peter Siddle off just the 5th ball he's faced. I did say I didn't think he'd hang around.
No.
And it's 533 for 8. I reckon we're looking at 550, you know. Well, they might just say, let's keep going and see what happens. If we get bowled out, we get bowled out.
Okay, my money is
doesn't really
on my money is on declaring if one of these two is out.
Right, okay, okay.
But I've never been a gambler.
Because you think Sam Cook's actually probably warming up in the gym already or something to come out and swing it around corners when he comes out.
Yes. Yeah, I don't think he'll want to bat.
Here's Libby. Into Siddle. He bowls. This one's a bit quicker, a bit flatter. Siddle looks for the paddle sweep, gets a bat on it, but hits it straight to the fielder at short fine leg. So there's no addition to the score. Siddle has 8. Harmer has 32. 533 for 8 is the Essex total.
We were talking about exotic or theatrical sounding names earlier this afternoon. Oh, beg your pardon. Come back to that.
Well, 2 wickets have gone down to tee, both to Brett D'Oliveira. Adam Wheater bowled for 23 and Shane Snater bowled for 1. Those wickets falling at 510 and 524. Peter Siddle is now on 8, Simon Harmer on 32. We await the Essex declaration or for them to be bowled out in this session. After 170 overs, the visitors are 533 for 8.
Yes, we were talking about names, and I had this name of a Glamorgan player that always amused to it and amused me.
D'Oliveira to Siddle, who blocks this one. Harmer, I beg your pardon, who blocks it back to the bowler. Yeah.
And it's very strange how the human mind works, or maybe mine is more bizarre than most, but it just suddenly came to me.
Here's D'Oliveira again. He's in, he bowls, and Harmer pushes this one out on the onside for a single. Charlie Morris coming off the boundary to do the fielding. 534 for 8.
And he went by the name of Garnet Kruger. And we always used to think Garnet Kruger could have had but the very name would be the name of an actor who had a great career in sort of war films, playing the evil Nazi.
Absolutely. Garnet Kruger.
Garnet Kruger.
In comes D'Oliveira again and bowls, and that one's beaten. The drive of Harmer, not gathered cleanly by Ben Cox, just sort of bounced and hit him on the knee, I think. 534 for 8. D'Oliveira once more. He's in, he bowls, and forward comes Harmer. Siddle, I beg your pardon. They look quite alike. Harmer is bulkier. Harmer is bulkier. Siddle it is, pushing it excuse me, on the onside. D'Oliveira in again, bowls, and back goes Siddle and pushes up to Roderick at short extra cover. Get the impression he's just waiting for the right one to hit.
Yes, I think so. He doesn't want to run too much.
In again, bowls, and he just props forward, pushes out on the onside. End of another tidy over from Brett D'Oliveira, whose figures are now beginning to look quite respectable. Despite the fact that he's gone for 127, he's picked up 3 wickets. And he's bowled 45 overs. Yeah, so not a bad effort.
No, not bad at all. Chris emails us inquiring about Hoffman's in Chelmsford. Yes, they did. He mentioned the game against the Fazala, I think the South African side, when he cycled from Belstead. But I can remember seeing or hearing about 1 or 2. I don't know if they were championship games or. Yes, I suppose they probably would have been at that stage. Yeah, I'm sure Essex did play 1 or 2 championship games there. Literally 1 or 2, no more.
Here's Libby continuing from the New Road end. Bowls to Harmer, who goes on the back foot, drives up to long off. Ricky Vessels is the fielder down there, returns the ball 1 bounce to the bowler. Harmer moves to 34, 535 for 8. Will Siddle attack Libby as he did in the last over? Libby pushes that one through. He won't be trying to strike that one down the ground. Well bowled by the Worcestershire skipper and steered square of the wicket on the offside by Peter Siddle. In comes Libby again in his 8th over, 1 for 39 his figures. He got a wicket with the first ball he bowled. Siddles down the pitch to this one and slaps it away down to long off, where it's fielded by Ricky Vessels. They take only a single, 5:36 for 8. Yeah, Libby came on, first ball, and Tom Westley, who'd made an excellent 113, went for a big hit and skied it up in the air and was caught by the wicketkeeper Cox. As Libby bowls to Harmer, who goes back to this one and pushes it straight down the ground. Gareth Roderick at long on does the fielding, underarms it back to the bowler, single take, 5:37 for 8. Siddle on strike again, he's on 9, he's faced 12 balls, he's hit 1-6. It was off Jake Libby in his last over, but Libby since then, when bowling to Siddle, has bowled a little bit flatter, a little bit quicker. Comes in now and bowls that one. That one isn't flatter and quicker, it's quite slow and quite loopy, and it deceives Siddle in the air a little bit because he went for a little sweep shot and just got a bottom edge on it, I think, and it just ran away square on the leg side, fielded by Ben Cox. Must just point out to people, I do think it's worth saying every now and again as Libby goes round the wicket, that we haven't got as good a view as you if you're watching the live stream. As Libby bowls and Siddle works this one away on the onside, again well fielded by a tumbling D'Oliveira at mid-wicket. Our view, we're at wide long on as Libby bowled that over, and the live stream camera is from behind the arm, and also our commentary is not designed to go with pictures.
No, it's not.
We are radio commentators really, and we're commentating for people that can't see the game, but our commentary is used with the stream. So there will be times where you might think we're rambling on about things and we're not describing what's going on.
We are
on the picture, and it can be a bit confusing. Our commentary is not designed to go with those pictures, even though it is used for that purpose. I do think it's worth pointing that out now and again. 537 for 8. Siddle has 9, Harmer has 35. We do our best.
We do indeed. I always think television, what you might call proper television commentary, must be more difficult.
D'Oliveira bowling to Harmer, who looks to work this one away on the leg side, just gets a bottom edge. It kind of runs out in front of square on the leg side, and Cox comes in to do the fielding. D'Oliveira's in his 46th over. It's a tough ask that even for a spinner to bowl that many overs in 2 days. And this one is smashed for 6 over long on. Big hit from Simon Harmer. Timed that one really nicely. Dylan Pennington at long on didn't even bother trying to. No. He just sort of turned round and waited to see which seat it would bounce off at the far end, just in front of the old scoreboard at New Road, if you remember where that used to be. Here's D'Oliveira again, he bowls, and this one's a bit shorter, and Harmer cuts it, and Gareth Roderick diving at backward point gets, I think he got sort of half a hand on it. They pick up 2, and Roderick rings that hand in some grief. It's cold, even a little flick of a ball on the end of your fingers can hurt. Harmer's gone to 43 off just 44 balls, 545 for 8. The declaration we think will not be too far away. D'Oliveira bowls and Harmer goes big again, and he's got it big again. That's his 50. No, it's not. It's his 49. 6 more up to the Diglis end. Dylan Pennington climbs over the advertising hoardings to go and fetch it, and Brett D'Oliveira's figures being dented a little bit here, which is disappointing for him after he's picked up those 2 wickets. Dylan Pennington disappeared behind the stand in front of the old scoreboard.
First time it went down there, it bounced conveniently off the chairs, back onto the playing surface.
Ricky Vessels has gone to help him, and
bonus when you get there.
Yeah, 551 for 8 is the total. No, a pause in play because they're looking for the ball. That's.
Oh, here he comes.
They've found it.
Here he comes.
That's the annoying thing, I think, probably for Brett D'Oliveira, is that his figures are being dented a little bit. I don't suppose he'd be too bothered, but everybody has a little bit of pride about their figures.
Yes.
and he has bowled pretty well really on a.
I
think he's bowled pretty well on a difficult surface. Well, they all have, to be fair.
Yes.
They all have. Something Alistair Cook said yesterday about the Worcestershire bowlers was that he thought they'd performed as a good unit. Here's D'Oliveira again. He's in. He bowls, and Harmer takes a swing at this one, misses it. Ben Cox takes it, takes the bails off, but there's no appeal. Harmer hadn't gone anywhere. In fact, he adopted quite a sort of leaden-footed pose, really. Just kind of sets himself quite wide in his stance. D'Oliveira again, he's in and bowls, and he goes big on the offside this time, and it's 6 more, and that is his 50. That is his 50. He's looking towards the pavilion. They're not coming in. He's looking, raising his bat. 55 off 47 balls for Simon Harmer, the fastest 50 by some margin in the game so far. 55 off 47 balls with 3 4s and 4 6s. So he's enjoyed himself out there, and you're allowed to, because the platform has been laid by the other batsmen. They've made it possible for Harmer to go out and play in that way.
Mike says, my father told me that Essex played cricket at 2 venues in Colchester, the Castle Park and the Garrison Ground. And they did indeed, yes. Occasionally, I think more often than not, if the Castle Park was flooded, and you'll know where it is, right next to the river, and when it floods, it's the river literally flows right down one side of one end of the ground, and occasionally if it was waterlogged.
Libby in round the wicket, bowls to Siddle, who sweeps down to short fine leg, and they get a single, which is what they want, because it brings Harmer on strike, and he's the man who's doing the damage. I don't think it's going to be long now, given the way they looked at the pavilion after that assault in the last over. Libby bowls, Harmer sweeps, misses, taken by Cox, down the leg side, round the wicket, down the leg side. So it's deliberately negative tactic, and who can blame them with that many runs on the board. Libby once more. He bowls, and Harmer works this on the onside. Again, no run. He won't forget his first innings as a captain in county championship cricket. Libby, his first fielding experience, I say. What was it like? Well, we're out there for nearly 2 days. They got nearly 600. He bowls. Harmer heaves this away. It's a real heave on the leg side. Fielded by Alzari Joseph.
On the other hand, you'll say, the very first ball I bowled got a wicket. Got the Essex captain out, got my opposite number out.
Yeah, as you do.
As you do.
5:59 for 8. He comes round the wicket now to Siddle, who's down the pitch, meets this on the full toss and hits it very sweetly, very correctly down to Ricky Vessels at long off. 560. Siddle goes into double figures. Harmer 56 off 50 balls.
Yeah, Mike said he doesn't remember the Garrison Ground. Well, it was on the other side of Colchester from Castle Park up towards.
Libby again bowls, and this is swept around by Harmer for a single to deep backward square, and he'll keep the ball. No, he won't. Is it the end of the over? Yes, it is, and he will.
And they are coming in. This time they are marching in.
So there we have it. The decoration is here. 561 for 8. Another very, very quick run through the scorecard in a minute, and then we'll have a little break. So Essex 561 for 8, finish with Siddle not out on 11 and Harmer not out on 57. Harmer having clattered the bowling around a little bit in the last couple of overs before the decoration came. Peter Siddle, very much a junior partner, but the decoration coming at 561 for 8, which means that even together those two added nearly 40 in that 9th wicket partnership. 561 for 8 declared. Essex full scorecard Brown LBW Joseph 26, Cook Bold Joseph 115, and then today Westley Court Cox Bold Libby 113, Lawrence LBW Pennington 90, Walter Court Felbold Mitchell 65, Tendiscata LBW D'Oliveira 41, Wheater Bold D'Oliveira 23, Snater Bold D'Oliveira 1, Siddle not out 11, Harmer not out 57, 561 for 8 declared in 174 overs. There were 19 extras, which consisted of 4 buys, 3 leg buys and 12 no balls, and the Worcestershire bowling figures were as follows: Charlie Morris 26 overs, 7 maidens, no wicket for 105. Dylan Pennington 28 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 65. Alzari Joseph 24 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 92. Ed Barnard 30 overs, 12 maidens, no wicket for 59. Brett D'Oliveira 46 overs, 6 maidens, 3 wickets for 147. Darryl Mitchell 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 41. And Jake Libby 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 45. The Worcestershire response will begin shortly before 5 o'clock, and please join us then for live coverage.
Right.
Did you have your piece of cake?
No, Have you got an update at 5? Oh, right, okay. I'll start because I've got an update, so... Welcome back to New Road at Worcester, where the Worcestershire response to Essex's 561 for 8 declared is about to get underway. The two Worcestershire opening batsmen, Jake Libby and Daryl Mitchell, have made their way out to the middle, and they are about to begin, as I say, their response to a mammoth 561 for 8 declared. Sam Cook is going to open the bowling for Essex from the Diglis end, and he'll be bowling to Daryl Mitchell. 3 slips in place. They are Alistair Cook, Simon Harmer and Tom Westley. And here is Cook in now from the Diglis end. He's in, he bowls to Mitchell, and that's a good delivery, right on the mark. First ball, good line, good length, and Mitchell just gets in behind it and pushes out on the offside, and the fielding is done by Dan Lawrence at mid-off. Lawrence, he looks taller when he's not batting for some reason. He's quite a slim figure, athletic, batted very well earlier today for his 90. Here's Cook again from the Diglis end, past umpire Lloyd, bowls, and again just short of a length. Mitchell on the back foot, drops that down in front of him very studiously, and the Worcestershire account is not yet open. 3 slips, as I say, in place. Senior men really, aren't they? Cook, Siddle and Westley in the slips, and then you've got actually I don't think it's not Siddle, it's Cook, Harmer and Westley. Siddle down at long leg doing some loose knee hub exercises. I expect he'll take the second over as Cook is in, bowls to Mitchell, who gets in behind this, tucks it out square on the leg side, or just in front of square on the leg side, fielded there by Walter, and there's no run there. not Walter, I beg your pardon. Walter's at mid-on. We've got backward point, we've got Snater, I think, who's wearing 29, not 22 as we've been led to believe he would. Cook bowls. Mitchell is forward this time and pushes this one out on the offside, on the onside, I beg your pardon, up to mid-on. Solid so far from Darryl Mitchell. Jake Libby, of course, who made a huge score against Essex in the first game of the season. Not the biggest score in the game, that was Wesley's 213, but Libby's 180 not out. As Cook bowls to Mitchell, that one's outside the off stump and left. And Libby's 180 not out, occupied, wait for it, 496 balls. 496 balls, and he was not out, carried his bat and almost single-handedly saved that game, turned it into a draw, and then went to Derby and got out first ball in his next innings. So there you go, cricket the great leveller, as we said yesterday. Here's Cook again to complete the first over. He comes in from the digger's end now, bowls to Mitchell, who tucks this one away on the leg side, and again there is no run. It's the end of the first over. A maiden from Sam Cook, a very tidy first over indeed. Be updating BBC Over and Worcester listeners shortly, but Dickie Davis, as an Essex supporter, he must be pretty pleased with the game situation.
Well, they're certainly... is that about right? Yeah. They're certainly in command of the game, aren't they, at this current stage, but on the other hand, you know, batting looked fairly straightforward process, and there's no reason to think that the home side won't make it look equally straightforward.
Yeah, I think that's that certainly be what Worcestershire supporters who are following our progress here will be thinking, and what the players should be thinking. No demons in this pitch.
No.
Peter Siddle, the Australian Test quick bowler, begins his first over of this game from the New Road end, and he drops short outside the off stump to Jake Libby, who plays a really lovely shot off the back foot, punched through the covers for 4, high left elbow, let the ball come, waited till it was right under his nose, and then just timed it, punched it away. Lovely, lovely shot. Always feel that somebody plays a shot like that off the back foot, sign of a really good player. Siddle be looking to just correct his length. He's in now, bowls, and Libby again is on the back foot to this one and just pushes out on the offside. This time there's no run, as it was a little bit fuller, and it hit lower down on the bat. Looking at the replay, the first one right in the middle, beautifully timed. Libby will have felt good hitting that one first ball.
I think the real acid test will be when Simon Harmer comes into the attack. Then because of probably of all the bowlers on display by both sides, he's the one that may pose more questions than anybody.
Siddle again is in, bowls to Libby, who's on the back foot, pushing back up past the bowler. There's no run. Yeah, and we did see the ball turn a little bit, although it was very slow. I think possibly the more worrying aspect of what we saw from a Worcestershire point of view was the ball keeping so low.
Yes, it was, wasn't it?
Oliveira got the ball to keep low. If Harmer turns it back into the right-handers and it stays low and they miss it, then I think we could see LBW coming into play. Here's Sidley again. He's in and he bowls and he beats Libby with this one outside the off stump. Libby went back, pushed at it, good line, just outside off stump, and slanted in and then carried on going and taken by Wheater low to his left, actually, going on down almost past the line of leg stump after it had passed the stumps.
If, however, Harmer equally poses very few real threats, then it is difficult to see it not being a draw sometime earlier rather than later on Sunday.
Here's Siddle again, he's in, he bowls to Libby, and Libby is in behind this, pushing down on the onside, and fielded by right-hander Scarter, moving to his right at mid-wicket. He wears 27, Tender Scarter, just like Mitchell, and he always looks like him fielding in that position.
Yes.
Well, Worcestershire have just begun their reply to Essex's mammoth 561 for 8 declared. The declaration came at about 20 minutes to 5, and so far we are in the second over of the Worcestershire response. No alarms so far. Daryl Mitchell played out a maiden from Sam Cook, and then Jake Libby got off the mark with a beautiful shot through the covers off the back foot off the first ball he received from the Australian Peter Siddle. Worcestershire replying to Essex's 561 for 8 after 2 overs, 4 without loss.
John emailed us to say that the first game he went to for Essex was when they played the International Cavaliers, who was really the sort of the start of Sunday cricket and shortened version of the game, at Ilford in June 1968. And Essex 11 against some famous names that I can't just at present remember, but Keith Miller playing also, I think, was this was the first paying at the gate match to be played on a Sunday.
Here's Sam Cook bowling to Mitchell, hits him on the pad, big shout for LBW, turned down by umpire Lloyd, and looking at the replay it looked to me as though it was sliding down the leg side. I only have a quick glance, so if you've got time to look at it over and over again, and you know better than me, please forgive me, but certainly Mitchell getting in behind that, and also maybe a little bit high as well. But anyway, 4 without loss. It's greyed up a little bit over to the east beyond the cathedral, but down to the southwest towards Malvern, where we look for the weather here, it looks quite bright, and I don't think we'll have any interruptions. Here's Cook in again from the Diglis end, bowls. Mitchell on the back foot, steers down into the gully, fielded there by Shane Snater, coming in from a gully, deep, sort of deep gully, backward point position, and he returns to the keeper, Adam Wheater. 4 without loss then. Earlier today, 561 for 8 declared Essex. A marathon effort. Cook is in again. He bowls outside the off stump. Mitchell lifts his hands well clear of this and allows it through to the keeper.
We mentioned the Hoffman's Ground in Chelmsford. John doesn't seem to think Essex played any championship games there. No, he's probably right. They played a couple of John Player League matches, I think, he says in 1969, including Northants. Yeah, it was a pleasant little ground.
Here's Sam Cook at the Diglis end, turns again now, very straight approach, quick approach, he's in, he bowls outside the off stump, and again Mitchell lifts his bat well clear of this and lets it go through to Wheater. No signs of any lateral movement so far from what I've seen, but it's very difficult to judge that from our position here. With Cook bowling from the Diglis end, we're at a wide third man. This pitch at New Road is a long way away on the Severn side, the cathedral side of the ground, and our view is not as good as it is when the pitches are further over this side of the ground. As Cook bowls to Mitchell, who goes on the back foot and just steers this into the gully again. Snater again is the fielder, and there's no run, so Mitchell yet to get off the mark. He's faced 11 deliveries. Libby has 4. He's faced 6. He got off the mark to the very first ball he received with a beautiful back foot punch through extra cover. Must be great to go out and play your first shot like that.
Yes.
Timed it so well.
Martin asks us a simple question, really. What relationship is Worcestershire's Brett D'Oliveira to Basildon? To Basil, grandson.
Yeah, grandson, simple. Sam Cook bowls. This one's pushed away on the onside by Mitchell. End of the over. Second maiden for Cook. 2 overs, 2 maidens for him. Siddle 1 over for 4. Worcestershire replying to Essex's 561 for 8. 4 without loss.
Damien D'Oliveira being the respective father or son, depending on from whose aspect you look at it.
Which angle?
Yes. Yeah, so basically it went Basil D'Oliveira, Damien D'Oliveira, Brett D'Oliveira. And maybe many more to come, who knows.
Gabriel would be the possibly the next, because he's Brett's only son at the moment.
Well, there you are.
Possibly the next.
I wonder if any club has had 4 generations of a family play.
Here's Siddle from the New Road end, bowls to Libby, who's on the back foot, pushes this one out on the onside, and there's no run. And that's fielded by tender shot. As I say, just it's funny, isn't it? Mitchell wearing 27 fielded in that short mid-wicket
Yes.
position when he wasn't in the slips, and you kind of got used to seeing him there for 2 hours. And now he's been replaced by tender Carter, and he's got the same number, similar sort of build.
Yep.
In fact, look at the two of them; they're all
Yes.
next to each other, similar sort of build. And he's in that position too. There you go. Here's Siddle in bright sunshine now. Moves in. Nice busy approach. Bowls down the leg side to Libby. Looks to get inside it and turn it away on the leg side, but he missed it. Taken by keeper Wheater. And Mitchell takes up that pose. If you've sat at New Road at either end of the ground in the last 15 years and watched Darryl Mitchell, you will have seen that leaning on the bat, slightly cross-legged stance that he takes at the non-striker end for many, many hours.
Yes, I'm sure.
A son of the county, I always say. Darryl, born in a village called Baddesley, which is about 2 miles from where I currently live. And his father's always been an active cricketer and cricket umpire in the Vale of Evesham. As in comes Siddle again and bowls to Libby, who pushes up to mid-on, and there's no run. And Darryl came right through the Worcestershire ranks from schoolboy levels and right up to become captain of the county, and I know it's a great honour for him, and something that Worcestershire members and fans feel is quite special, really, for somebody who's a genuine son of the county, born in rural Worcestershire, grew up in rural Worcestershire, and was sort of schooled in cricket via the club itself, to go on and become captain. Siddle bowls to Libby, who gets 4 more here, slightly over pitch and driven beautifully through the covers for 4. Front foot this time, and goes to 8.
Excuse me.
Going back to Darryl Mitchell to become captain, and then, you know, to have such a long career, and then chairman of the PCA, which is a position he's only recently relinquished. I think it's fair to say that the pairs are very proud of Darryl Mitchell, what he's achieved.
Yes, so they should be.
It's nice when one of your own really goes all the way. I think Warwickshire feel the same way about someone like Ian Bell. Here's Siddle again in bowls to Libby. He's beaten this time outside the off stump. Goes back to this one. Good delivery. Pitched, yeah, that went a little bit actually off the seam, just looking at the replay. Pitched about off stump, maybe just outside, and then went away just a fraction. You don't want it to go too much.
No.
Just do too much, you'll beat the bat. Only a little is all it needs to get the edge, and Libby just possibly fortunate not to get a nick to that one. Best ball Siddle's bowled, I would hazard. 8 without loss. Those 2 boundaries to Libby, the only scoring shots in this innings so far. Siddle is in again and bowls, and Libby on the back foot covering up this time. Plays it back to the bowler. End of the 4th over of the Worcestershire reply to Essex's mammoth 561 for 8 declared. 8 without loss. If you're joining us for the first time today, I'll just say that Essex began the day at 266 for 2, and the men out today were Westley 113, Lawrence 90, Walter 65, Tendiscarter 41, Wheater 23, and Snater 1. Siddle finished on 11 not out, Harmer on a hard hit 57 not out, and for Worcestershire the top wicket taker was Brett D'Oliveira with 3 for 147. Here comes Cook from the Diglis end, and he bowls to Mitchell. He's forward, pushes that back to the bowler. Sorry, Dickie, you didn't even get a word in there. But
Well,
maybe
never mind.
between overs, I was trying to recap. Just occasionally aware that people are tuning in for the first time if
Yes,
they've been at
that's
work,
well more
especially
important.
around this time.
Yeah.
This time of day.
Coming in from work, some of them have proper jobs.
Yeah, not everybody can listen all day. Pretend they're working.
Yeah, working from home.
It's the best thing that ever happened to cricket broadcasting, I think, working from home.
Yes.
Here's Sam Cook. He's in again. He bowls to Mitchell, and Mitchell is off the mark this time, tucking this one away on the leg side. Only gets a single, as there's a very good piece of fielding by Peter Siddle, running to his left, picks up one-handed. If he'd have missed it, it was 4, because it's such a short boundary as it is. He picked it up cleanly, and they only get 1. So Libby comes on to strike for the first time against Cook. First time in this game, not the first time this season. He faced Cook a lot in the game down at Chelmsford. Sick of the sight of each other, I should think. 9 without loss. 5th over. Cook from the Diglis end. straight, quick approach. He's in, he bowls, and Libby is inside this and working it away down to Siddle in exactly the same place as Mitchell did. Picks up another single, and Worcestershire's score goes into double figures. It's basically now this game about Worcestershire batting.
Yes, it is.
For 2 more days, really, for as long as they possibly can. And it's horrible to say, but it doesn't really matter how many runs they get.
No, it doesn't. It's
just a case of occupying the crease
yes.
for over 2 days, which is hard, I think. In comes Cook, bowls to Mitchell. He's on the back foot, pushing out on the onside, no run. And when I say that's hard, what I mean is that if you're a batsman in that team and all you're thinking about is crease occupation and survival, that's all very well for an hour or for 10 overs or something, but when you're thinking about doing it for 2 days plus, I think it can take on a slightly different sort of shape in your mind, really. He's cooking again, he bowls, and Mitchell is edging this one wide of third slip. Westley diving to his right, got a hand to it, didn't carry, bounced about 3 or 4 yards in front of him and flicked the end of his fingers, and he's rubbing them rather ruefully now. It's gone down to third man for 4, and Mitchell gets his first boundary, slightly involuntary. Good delivery from Cook, lured him into the shot, and he got lucky and got 4 down to third man, which takes him on to 5 and the total on to 16 without loss. Essex 561 for 8 declared. Here's Sam Cook again. He comes in, he bowls to Mitchell. Mitchell is inside this one and tucks it away down to Siddle again at backward square leg, or wide long leg you could say, and another single is taken. 1 ball left in the 5th over of the innings. Dickie Davis of BBC Radio Essex will be taking up the commentary after this over. I'm Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester. We don't say that often enough, really. I don't think we're supposed to say it a bit more.
We
often,
are, yes.
One forgets, really. I suppose we take the view that people listening know where you're from. Anyway, here's Cook, and he bowls, and that one's edged by Libby, or is it? It goes to Alistair Cook at first slip. Yeah, it was edged. Good delivery from Cook. Got a little. That definitely got a little bit of a way shape, sort of thing I saw from him at Chelmsford. And Libby edged it, and it bounced short of Alistair Cook. Only once, only just short of him, and he picked it up on the half volley almost, and that's just the lack of pace in the pitch just helping the batsman to get away with that. End of a good over from, well, goodish over from Cook. I mean, 2 edges, you have to say it's quite good. 17 without loss, Mitchell 6 and Libby 9. 3 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 9 Cook, so 9 off that over, but the most threatening we've seen.
So it's going to be Peter Siddle, the Australian, to continue from the river, not from the river end,
New Road
end. Yes, the river is beside the ground, not at one end or the other, and it just plays solidly defensively. Does Mitchell goes on the back foot, and it trickles out on the onside, picked up by Ryan Tenders-Carter. No addition to the score. In a way, the score is relatively academic, as Frank was saying, but it is 17 daft, without loss.
It's daft to say that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a psychological battle as well as a skill battle from the Worcestershire point of view, to which Frank was alluding, really. It's just the thought of, we've still got to be here come Sunday morning, basically.
Absolutely.
Another change of months by then. It's the last day of April tomorrow. So, yeah, we've got to bat into next month. And Siddle turns at the end of his approach. Moves in now right up over the wicket to the right-handed Mitchell, who goes forward. Yes, you were talking about Darryl Mitchell, and coming from a rural background and a genuine Worcestershire boy. And of course Essex pride themselves on all their homegrown talent from local clubs, but this doesn't take anything away from it, but it in a way it's almost easier. There's probably a significant proportion of Essex players come from the sort of the London hinterland, the west side of Essex, or the east side of London, sort of the Ilford, Romford, Woodford, Chingford area, and metropolitan London as we call it. And indeed, the corollary to that is the corner of Essex in which I live, the southeast corner around Southend, which is the most densely populated part of the county. Essex is strange. Essex gets poor press, but really it's divided into two. Geographically, the A12, south of the A12 is very heavily populated, Southend, Basildon, all the most of the bigger places. North of the A12, it's really very rural, and then you go off into Suffolk, and it's totally different. Jekyll and Hyde, couple of counties almost. That's just played defensively. And what I was going to say, the corollary or converse of that is that the most densely populated part of Southend, Essex, where I've come from, the southern half, hasn't really produced a regular county player. I may say a regular player, several people might email in the odd name and they'd be right, but the last person from the more densely populated part of the southeast of the county was Trevor Bailey. Which is going back rather a few years. Nobody since his era has commanded a regular and lengthy place in the Essex side from the southeast corner of the county, which is, I was going to say it's an indictment. It's not really. Maybe there's just too many clubs. I don't know. But
end of that over from Peter Siddle. He just conceded a single in that over to Darryl Mitchell. Mitchell is on 7, Libby is on 9, it's 18 without loss, and we've had a sanitisation break, so you're not missing any cricket. Lovely sunshine now. Darryl Mitchell just making adjustments to his grip on his bat, just punching the top of it down. Sometimes the grip on a bat will ride up and you get that horrible little floppy bit at the top, and sometimes just bang it down with your hand, and that's what he's done there.
Yeah, so it's Cook from the Diglis end. He will be bowling to Darryl Mitchell, and the sun's still shining as it has been for most of the day. The first half hour possibly was cloudy, but since then it's been generally sunshine. Cook disappears to the end of his approach down at the Diglis end, turns and moves in now past umpire Graham Lloyd, bowls now, and that's played out on the onside by Mitchell, picked up by his opposite number in as much as he's also wearing 27, Ryan Tender-Scarter, and the score remains on 18 without loss. Mitchell on 7, Libby on 9. Had an email from Kyle in St John's. I think Kyle maybe emailed us yesterday. We'll come on to that in a moment. There's more time when obviously seam bowlers with fairly long run-ups are in the action, and that's just played off the back foot back to the bowler. Kyle says, really enjoying the commentary as always. Can you ask Frank if Ombersley are taking on any players this year? If not, is there any other teams he could recommend who could need an enthusiastic, if technically limited, cricketer? I emailed on Thursday, just moved into St John's and am keen to embed myself into the community.
Okay.
And what's a better way to do this than play cricket?
Okay.
Than cricket, rather.
Yeah, I'll respond to that in a minute.
And just his PS, as if to show that what a dedicated follower of cricket is. A PS, Worcestershire membership card dropped today. Can't wait to use it. Go well.
What I would say is, Carl, if you follow me on Twitter, I'm at FrankWatson58. If you're on Twitter, if you follow me on Twitter, then I'll direct message you and we can talk about a club and sort of find out what sort of level you play at and so on. Ombersley would certainly welcome you, and they have first, second and third teams, but there might be one more local to you in St John's for all we know. But if you follow me on Twitter, I'll be happy to respond to that and get you involved with a local club if we possibly can.
Well, there you are, Kyle. You couldn't get much better support or sponsorship than that. If that doesn't get you through the front door, what does? As that's worked away down to Fine Leg, Peter Siddle Fields, and they go through for a comfortable
leg by, actually.
Comfortable leg by. Yep.
I mean, Kyle, if he's in St John's, the ground next to us here, the King's School ground, which is used by a club called the Old Vigornians, which is the King's School Old Boys, but it's not a closed club.
No.
So it could be that you could find one on your doorstep, Kyle. And we've got contacts there as well. So just let me know. Yeah.
Very few old boys clubs are now
No.
closed clubs. I mean, the club I've played or belonged to, from a rugby point of view, played for and now vice president of, and yeah, they were originally an old boys club and then opened it up to anybody, and are now the premier club in Essex, Westcliff. Does the Royal Grammar School have a genuine old boys club, or is that
No, it's an open club now.
Yeah.
The old Elizabethans in
Yeah.
the north end of the city. It's an open club, successful, but yeah, an open club now. Single there to Libby brings Mitchell back onto strike.
And Cook continues to bowl, and Mitchell just plays that defensively. Trickles out to mid-on, where the tall figure of Paul Walter picks it up. End of the over. The players trot from one end to the other, partly through enthusiasm, but probably even more likely to try and keep warm. Yes.
Yeah, 20 without loss. Solid start from Worcestershire. Jake Libby possibly has looked the more secure of the two. He's got 10 off 17 balls. Mitchell 7 off 26. Has edged one through the slips. Actually, to be fair to Darryl Mitchell, Jake Libby edged one too, which bounced short of Alistair Cook at first slip. So I may be being a bit too kind to Libby and a bit unkind to Mitchell there. Although most people who've heard me talk about Worcestershire cricket over the last few years won't often accuse me of being unkind to Darryl Mitchell. I am a big fan, a big supporter of him. Still think he's doing a great job for Worcestershire at the top of the order. He has a few failures and people start asking questions about whether he should still be in the side, but for me he's still one of the best at the top of the order, and what goes around comes around. If he has 2 or 3 failures early on in the season, I still believe we can expect that somewhere down the line we'll see him just evening out the scales a little bit. You're not missing any cricket.
No, you're not.
There's a pause of some
long time to set the field.
Setting the field and just checking they've got everything right. And they've got this idea, obviously, that Libby might give them a chance in exactly the same way that Worcestershire thought Wesley might. Because they've got those two men catching in front of the wicket on the leg side. And now Alistair Cook's going from slip to short extra cover. So there's only going to be one slip, that's Simon Harmer. And he's going in not at first slip, but sort of at second or third slip. It's an odd field.
It is. Very
Siddle
odd.
comes in
And bowls. And that's whipped away directly to Wesley, fielding at that short mid-wicket position, the straighter of the two short mid-wickets. Now, after this over, there's only 8 to go in the day. I think we'll see Harmer into the attack before tonight, even just to see what it does as an experiment.
It'll be extraordinary to finish on time, won't it?
It will.
It'll certainly be my first time.
9 overs, yeah, it won't be much
My
after.
first time this season.
Won't be much after 6 o'clock as Siddle moves in and bowls. And that's just played out to mid-on, where it's fielded by Paul Walter. Sun shining brighter than ever now, probably not. Still not very warm. Well, it wouldn't be at 5:30 on the last day of April. And yeah, so I'm pretty sure Harmer will be plying his trade fairly soon. Maybe they won't give him 4 overs, but they might give him 3 just to have a look at things. And Siddle moves in again and bowls down the leg side, and it's gone down to fine leg for 1 run. No indication from Rob White to the contrary, so it's off the bat. Libby moves on to 11. Mitchell comes down to the business end on 9. And just marks his guard, looks around to see this somewhat unusual field.
Yeah, I like it though. I like to see a bit of imagination. I think
Yes.
It's a good thing. I've probably got to try and find ways to get people out on these sort of pitches.
Yes, you're right. Siddle moves in and bowls a bouncer, and
No ball.
no ball. Mitchell has no trouble ducking beneath it. So the field actually comprises a slip, a backward point, a silly mid-off, well, not all that silly, fairly short mid-off, sort of equidistant between the stumps, a conventional mid-off, that's 1, 2, 3, 4 on the off, and then a mid-on, 2 shortish mid-wickets. Come back to that in a moment. And that's just played with a dead bat, and the ball more or less drops in the crease. And then there's also a deepish square leg, 2/3, 3/4 of the way to the boundary, and a long leg. So it's a 5-4 field in favour of the leg side. And obviously, if somebody with the credentials and experience of Peter Siddle wants the field in a certain position, then Wesley's not going to argue with him.
Well, they've thought about it too, because if he bangs one in short, he's got a man out at deep square as well, hasn't
Yes, oh yeah. And that's well fielded by Tenders Carter, diving away to his left at the square of those 2 short mid wickets.
I've always quite admired Peter Siddle when he's played for Australia. I haven't seen a great deal of him. Obviously, I've seen him playing Test cricket. He always strikes me when he plays Test cricket as somebody who, you know, he's not one of Australia's premier quicks. He's not one of those that you expect to sort of take the new ball and knock over the first 3 or 4. But he's a real trier.
Yes, he is. Yes. And that's nudged down towards third man, and they go for a single.
Yeah, you know, he's not a Mitchell Stark or a Josh Hazlewood or a Glenn McGrath or anybody, but he's a real trier. Always comes in, always gives it his all, hits the deck hard, tries and tries, and you always feel when he's playing for Australia that he gives them a chance because he's got that wholehearted approach.
Yes.
Harmer coming on now. You're absolutely right. We didn't have to wait long.
No, that was pretty inevitable.
24 without loss, and you almost feel like the game begins, don't you?
Yes, it's almost like a sort of Hitchcock melodrama, really. You know, you know something's going to happen, and often with Hitchcock melodramas, of course, nothing in fact does happen for the first half hour, and you think, is this a thriller or not? And then suddenly, when you're not expecting it, the shark leaps out of the water or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And Simon Harmer coming on.
Not that was a Hitchcock, I hasten to add.
No, I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah,
you're mixing your cinematographic metaphors.
Yes, I am. Yes, that was.
Harmer, I'll keep talking if I may, because I know I've got an update imminently.
Oh yes, it's more or less half past.
Harmer coming on at the Diglis end, which is the end that Brett D'Oliveira bowled from, and it's the end where I think we saw the least bounce, as it were. Worcestershire are 24 without loss in their reply to Essex's mammoth 561 for 8 declared. Few scares so far for the Worcestershire openers Daryl Mitchell and Jake Libby as they set about the task of batting really for the rest of the game. That's what it amounts to for Worcestershire. They've obviously got 2 innings to do that, but they've got over 2 days to do it as well. But the game is about to change because Simon Harmer, Essex's premier spin bowler and probably the best spin bowler in the country, is coming into the attack. So the test really begins now for Worcestershire, but at the moment they've made a solid start to their reply to Essex's 561 for 8 declared, and they are 24 without loss.
So I'll do another 5 minutes or so. Harmer moves in from the Diglis end, right arm over the wicket, bowls, and well, even the first ball he bowls gets a little bit of excitement going there as
inside edge.
Mitchell leant forward. Yes, he got an inside edge, but luckily all along the ground. So Harmer walks back busily, purposefully, moves in again, bowls, and this time I think he gets a full face of the bat to it, but it still spins away down to the vacant third man for a single. So
there's going to be a lot of ahhing, oohing, and hands on heads.
Well, it's all part of the game, isn't it? Oh, you were lucky there, mate.
Hands on heads is the big thing.
Yes, cool. Dear me, go and buy a lottery ticket tonight. Yes. Harmer moves in and bowls, and another one, a bit of an inside edge, but again it goes along the ground, all trying to sow seeds of doubt in the batsman's mind. Every team does it. It's fair enough. It's all part of the game, and as long as it doesn't become abuse, it's okay.
Absolutely.
It's when it goes over the borderline into abuse that it's totally unacceptable. Loud appeal for for what? For leg before?
For a catch behind.
Or catch behind. But
celebrations, people running around, but
whatever it was for, whether that was kidology.
I've watched the replay. It's gone between bat and pad, missed the off stump.
Yeah.
Oh no, maybe it's gone outside. No, it's not. It's gone outside the outside edge. Sorry, I'm just having another look at it, but don't think he nicked it. Just excitement, as we were saying. They're just getting a little bit excited, aren't they?
Yes. As Harmer moves in again and bowls.
It's good though, isn't it?
And Libby goes on the back foot and is grateful to land a bat on it and play it out on the
Good contest. My worry, this is my worry, that from a Worcestershire point of view, is that Harmer's going to get the ball and it's going to keep very low from that end and trap somebody LBW.
Harmer in again, bowls to Libby, and Libby plays that out backward and square on the offside. So an encouraging first over from Harmer. Didn't take a wicket, but
it's going to be testing. I mean, he bowled at Libby for a lot, didn't he, at Chelmsford, and it turned slowly, but for me the bounce there was reasonable, whereas from that Diglis end we saw D'Oliveira bowl, and when people went back to it,
and
the ball snuck through low, it was tricky, and you just think if Harmer does that and you don't get a bat on it, and it's pitching outside off, turning back in and hitting you in line, then there could be a few LBWs, or certainly a few shouts.
Yes. That
shout that was turned down in that over was for a catch behind with one that had just drifted past the outside edge, but it's going to be a really good contest. Really good. This is what it's all about.
It is.
You can talk about cricket being dull and we didn't get enough wickets and it's taken Essex 2 days to get their 560, and now Worcestershire batting for a draw, which effectively they are, but this is what the game's all about. It ebbs and flows, and now you've got Harmer at one end and you've got Siddle, the great trier, as I was saying, at the other end. Really good contest. Shame there isn't a crowd here to see it.
As Siddle moves in and bowls, that's just played defensively. Trickles down to backward point, or Whitish third man, no, backward point, yes. Off Mitchell's bat. Mitchell has 9 to his name, Libby has 11. Scores 25 without loss. And you're listening on BBC Essex, BBC Hereford and Worcester, and hopefully enjoying the commentary. Well, from your comments you are enjoying the commentary, which we're grateful, and we're grateful for your comments as well. Just make it so much more fun if you know that people are listening and taking part almost. And we know that we're getting probably more listeners. That's not down to fine leg. Obviously we're getting more listeners in lockdown than we would do normally, so our job really is from your benefit. If you can't be here, which is what you'd ideally be like, the next thing what we want to do is try and convey the impression of what it would be like if you were here. And if you were here, you'd be a bit cold. So, if you want some consolation that you can't be here, then that's it. At least you're probably quite warm at home or in your offices or wherever you are. Whereas if you're here, it'll be at least a 3 sweat a day if you're sitting around doing nothing. That goes through to the keeper. So yes, grasp onto that. Oh, I'm glad I'm not at Worcester. They say it's freezing up there. As it probably is all over the country. I was talking to my wife this morning on the phone, and gather it's pretty nippy down in the southeast, or over in the southeast. I keep, yeah. So Siddle, the sun's shining brightly on the cathedral and on the cricketers. Moves in now and bowls, and that's just played defensively, but very comfortably by Libby. It just trickles out to mid-off where it's fielded by Tom Westley, the Essex captain. No, it's not. It's fielded by Dan Lawrence, who went on to make 90 today before he was LBW to give Dylan Pennington his only wicket of the innings.
Played well, but he almost played better last night, didn't he, Dan?
Yes, he
Lawrence,
did. Yes, bit more fluidly yesterday. That's another bouncer, and well, I say another. There haven't been many bouncers in this game by either. Well, obviously not by Essex because they haven't bowled much, but you know, the Worcestershire bowlers bowled very, very few bouncers. I think they realised it was a pretty futile exercise on this wicket. You weren't going to endanger either the wicket or the livelihood of the batsman.
I think it's to get it right up there, you've got to bang it in so short that the batsman sees it so early that he just gets underneath it as easily as Libby did on that occasion.
As Siddle moves in again, but somewhat surprisingly, another bouncer to complete the over, with Worcestershire replied to Essex's mammoth 561 for 8, 26 without loss.
And I might as well carry on now, I think, Dickie.
Yes, do.
Gone past 22. Yeah, going back to the bouncers, I think the ones that really encourage bowlers are the ones where you can get the ball up from not that short and you can really threaten the batsman, and he can't see the length that early that he can get into an awkward position. And if you can get it rib height from just short of a length or just a bit shorter than that, then you're really in business. But on a pitch like this, you've got to bang it in so short to get it up there that, like we saw with Siddle, that the batsman can get out of the way quite easily. Here's Harmer starting a new over, bowling to Mitchell. This one full outside the off stump, and Mitchell just pushes defensively into the covers. This is the contest within the contest.
Yes,
now.
it is.
Harmer against the Worcestershire batsman. He's in now, and he bowls, and this one Mitchell cuts.
Well, he went forward and then back, didn't he?
He missed it. Well, I think he missed it. Even on the replay, I couldn't quite see what happened because my view was obscured. But yeah, he wasn't comfortable. It's Harmer again. He bowls. Mitchell is much more solidly forward this time, pushing out on the offside. Looks much happier with that one. So we've got a slip and a forward and a backward short leg. Little posse of cricketers gathered around Daryl Mitchell as he waits now for Harmer, who's in and bowls, and he goes back to this one, watches it very carefully off the pitch. A bit quicker that one from Harmer, and Mitchell just back and pushing it back up the pitch. Tense moments in this game as Harmer is in again and bowls, and this one gives Mitchell a bit of width and he drives at it. Doesn't really time it, as we've said so many times during this game, but he gets a single, just squeezing it with the toe of the bat really out square on the offside, and the fielder at backward point, who I think is Snater. No, it's not. It's Sam Cook.
Sam Cook
runs round to do the fielding. One more to Mitchell. Joins Libby on 11. Harmer bowls to Libby, and Libby is forward, and that's a good run. These two are developing a good understanding. They're only in early months, seasons of their partnership, having batted together last year in the Bob Willis Trophy and now this year, but showing good understanding there as Libby just eased up just 2 or 3 yards away on the offside, and almost on the nod they went through for the single. End of Harmer's second over. No real scares in that one. 28 without loss, Worcestershire, in reply to Essex's 561 for 8.
And it looks as if Cook is coming into the attack from the new road end now.
Yeah, Siddle's had 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 14 his figures. Didn't get a great deal out of the surface, and I think maybe we even saw a little bit of his frustration towards the end of that 5th over when he banged in those.
Yes, his last 2 deliveries were bounced.
Last 2, and kind of just sort of thought, well, at least they'll be dot balls.
Patrick emails us from Victoria, British Columbia, Canada. Many years ago I was on the fringe first team at Colchester and Essex during the time of Foster, Pringle, Burns and Stevenson. That's Neil Foster, was he not James. One of the exciting things when playing first team cricket was the potential to roll up and be playing with or against current Essex County players that were either recovering from injury or not being picked at that time. Does that still happen? No, not really. If they're recovering, I think they play for the second 11.
Here comes Cook, he's in, and he bowls on the hip of Libby, who tucks him away behind square on the leg side for 2. Nick Brown does the fielding. 28 for loss, without loss becomes 30 without loss, and Libby moves to 14.
He says, thanks for the feed and the commentary. The camera at the pavilion, well, I suppose he means this end, the new road end, still needs a wipe, so we'll be looking out for you hanging off the scaffolding. Will you keep looking? You won't see either of us.
Here's Sam Cook in again, busy run up, he's in, he bowls, and Libby is again in behind this, works it to mid wicket, where Brown does the fielding, I think. It's Walter. I shouldn't really miss him, should I? It's about 6 foot taller than everybody else. Paul Walter returns underarm, left-handed, to keeper Adam Wheater. 30 without loss. Lovely evening now.
It is.
Beautiful sunshine.
I think I will go for that walk this evening.
Yeah, good. I recommend it. Sam Cook again. In. That's the umpire. Bowls and back goes Libby to one that possibly just crept a little bit. That one, kept a little bit low. He plays it off the back foot and then sort of exaggeratedly bends his knees as he pushes it back up the pitch. So 32 deliveries faced by Libby for his 14, 39 faced by Mitchell for his 11. We're in the 12th over. Worcestershire so far so good. Have been steady. Here's Cook again, he's in, he bowls, and Libby again is turning this on the onside. Then Descarter at mid-wicket is the fielder. Earlier today, Essex 561 for 8 declared. Worcestershire's top wicket taker, Brett D'Oliveira, 3 for 147. A wicket for Mitchell, a wicket for Libby, 2 for Joseph yesterday, and 1 for Dylan Pennington today. But with D'Oliveira bowling 46 and Libby and Mitchell 20 between them, I think the feeling was today to spare the seamers a little bit of extra physical workload. Cook is in, bowls to Libby, Libby is back, defends up to mid-on, fielded there by Sybil. 30 without loss, the score remains. Probably as clear a sky as we've had all day now.
Yes, I think so.
Far end. My favourite expression, which some regular listeners will be used to, Simpsons clouds. I call them over there by the cathedral. There's little cumulus clouds in a blue sky like that. It's like at the start of The Simpsons. Change in the field. We've got Alistair Cook coming into that catching position again on the onside, sort of silly mid-on. Gone in quite close. Waits now as Cook comes in and bowls, and this one tucks Libby up, hits him on the thigh pad and drops down on the offside, I think. And end of a tidy over. So Essex continuing to ring the changes with the field, just trying to make something happen. But so far, Worcestershire's response to their massive score has been solid, and it's 30 without loss off 12 overs.
Yep, 4 overs of the day remain, and presumably Simon Harmer will bowl 2 of those. And he's certainly preparing to bowl the next one anyway. Hoping that at least one of the 12 deliveries that he'll bowl tonight makes the initial breakthrough. But equally, then the Worcestershire batsmen will be determined that they don't.
Harmer from the Diglis end. So 4 overs remain. Going to finish just about on time, aren't we, tonight, I think? Just about on time if Harmer bowls 2 of them, as you say, maybe a little bit over. He comes in now to bowl to Mitchell. Bowls, Mitchell goes back and just tucks this one away on the onside, but that's the sort of one I was talking about. If he misses that,
yes, you always feel
if he misses that, there's a big shout. Yeah.
To my mind, you would know more about the technical aspects than I, but unless it's very obvious that it was impossible, you really ought to be looking to get on the front foot, shouldn't you?
Harmer in again, bowls, and Mitchell does go on the front foot. Yes and no, I would say.
Right.
I think we saw Dan Lawrence in particular played off the back foot a lot to
Yes,
Brett
he did.
D'Oliveira.
Yeah,
As long
true.
as you watch the ball carefully and you're fairly light on your feet, then I think you can get away with it. As Harmer bowls again to Mitchell, forward to this, because it's a slow service. If
Yeah.
it's a quick service, then I would say you go back to a good off spinner at your peril, because he'll see you go back and he might pin you with a quicker one or something.
Yeah, fair enough.
Having said that, Harmer is a more skillful bowler. He comes in again now, bowls to Mitchell, who tucks this one down on the onside. But my worry, as I keep saying, is that you go back to one and he pushes it on, and not only does it maybe turn back a bit, but it also keeps really low, and you can't get your back down on it. It's a difficult dilemma for the batsman. It's a good contest. But sometimes the very best batsmen, they watch the ball so closely off the pitch, they can, if they're light on their feet, like that, like Mitchell goes back there, and it looks dangerous, but as long as he gets a bat on it, it's alright, and he does get a bat on it. And I thought Dan Lawrence did that particularly well in the Essex innings. But different players have different ways of playing spin, don't they?
No, they certainly do.
Certainly. Harmer comes in again now, bowls to Mitchell, who gets a run here, just steering this one off a thickish outside edge down to third man, means he'll keep the strike. End of the over, 31 without loss. Certainly in the old, I think traditionally English players have tended to sort of stick their front foot down the pitch to the spinner and kick it away and get away with it. But the onset of videos and Hawkeye and that sort of thing has seen umpires giving people out much more on the front foot and saying you're not playing a shot really at that, you're kicking it. Something that I know I was guilty of as a young player. And if you go to the subcontinent, and I've taken a couple of school touring parties to the subcontinent, well, to Sri Lanka and to India, and you talk to coaches there and watch the way they play, and they're very, very keen on playing the ball with the bat, not with the pad, and watching it off the pitch. And often you'll see top Indian players of spin go back and watch the ball, and as we saw this winter, they still would say that we're not very good at it in this country.
Yes.
When someone like Ravi Ashwin is turning it square, we don't play it very well. So it's just another fascinating aspect of the game, I think. And the fact that Simon Harmer has been so dominant in the last 2 or 3 years tells you that probably it is still an area where the average county batsman isn't always that adept, really. Good contest, love it, absolutely love it. 31 without a loss. Sam Cook, 3 overs left in the day. Cook at the New Road end with this odd field. He comes in now, bowls to Mitchell, short and wide, and that's hammered away for 4. Meat and drink, great shot. Most authoritative shot since Libby got off the mark from his first ball. Short and wide from Sam Cook and just smashed for 4 by Mitchell. Goes to 16, 35 without loss. And really good contest developing. Worcestershire just desperate to get through to the end of the day. It's a very lovely complimentary text from a tweet from an Essex fan. I won't read it out, too embarrassing, as Mitchell steers this down. But for both, I'll show it to you later, Dickie, because it's very nice about both of us. He says it's from Alan Yates. He says you know who he is. So there you are, Alan Yates.
Alan, oh yes, yes, I know Alan.
You
Yes,
know who I am. Anyway, he's enjoyed it.
good.
So have we. And we still are. 35 without loss. Bright sunshine. Sam Cook coming in. 1 slip. 2 catches close in on the leg side as he's in, and bowls to Mitchell, who goes on the back foot and pushes back up the pitch. Alistair Cook jogs in from mid on to do the field. He's had a nice day, hasn't he, Alistair Cook, today? He's turned up. He did his job yesterday.
Yes.
He turned up. Little bit of a warm up. Doesn't have to do any bowling. Stood at slip for a few overs. Just gone in there now. Off for a shower. Back to the hotel. Feet up. Phone the wife. How are the children? Yeah, they're okay.
Yeah, they're fine. What about the sheep? Oh, well.
Here's Sam Cook. He's in again. He bowls to Mitchell. He goes back, and this one possibly keeps a little bit low, and just drops it down in the crease. Just soft hands. Got a man in close on the offside as well. Doesn't want to push too hard at anything. 16 to him. 14 to Libby, 35 without loss, 5 to 6, and 14 balls left in the day, provided that no wickets fall. Is Cook in again, bowls, and Mitchell is on the back foot again, just drops this down on the onside. Probably heard the hard clack of the ball on the bat there on RFX, Mike, just reminding us this ball is still only in its 14th over, and when you get one on the splice like that, sometimes it can jar the hands and makes that big loud noise around the ground. So 1 ball left in this over from Sam Cook, his 6th. He's in now, bowls, and Mitchell again is back and pushing out on the offside. End of the over. More helmets and pads coming out. I think we're going to have a real card game now around the batsman with Harmer bowling.
Yes.
We're going to have a real gathering around there. Two men in close on the leg side in the last over. Who knows what's coming? 35 without loss, and 2 overs left in the day.
The first of which will inevitably be bowled by Simon Harmer, one would imagine, to a pretty attacking field.
You just carry on for a minute, Dickie, while
Yes,
I communicate
of
with the BBC Home Worcester studio.
Yes, indeed. So Harmer from the Diglis end with just 2 overs to go. And boy, will Worcestershire be keen to make sure they just play out these 12 deliveries. No heroics, nothing spectacular, just play it out, keep it out, keep it out, keep it out. As Harmer moves in, bowls, and that's just played by Libby off the back foot. Goes back to the bowler. And again Harmer moves in, bowls to Libby, and Libby goes forward, plays out to mid-off, where it's picked up by Nick Brown. First time we mentioned Nick Brown, I think, in this stage of the game. And he hands it back to Harmer. Harmer in again, and again Libby, a long way forward. Not a big man, but more or less at the extent of his reach. Gets to the pitch of the ball, just plays it back to Harmer. Halfway through his over, so 3 deliveries of the day from Harmer, and then 6 presumably from Cook, although you never know. Whistler might spring a surprise. That's just played down towards, well, to Alistair Cook in the slips, but it bounced first. Might spring a surprise by putting somebody like Lawrence on for the last over, just to see. Lawrence is a strange bowler, can occasionally pick up wicket. That goes through to wicketkeeper Adam Wheater. So 7 deliveries of the day remaining. 1 by Harmer. Round the wicket now, changing his line, which he does quite a lot, and that's successfully played out that over by Libby. He'll feel that's a little, he hasn't won the war, but he's won the battle this evening.
Yeah,
and so just
a little one ticked off, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. And Frank will take you through the last over of the day.
Thank you very much, Dickie, and then it'll be almost perfectly straight into our latest and final bulletin of the day on BBC Home Worcester. Should work nicely. We don't often get the exact timing right on the finish, but hopefully we will. We're going to see 1 more over from the New Road end, and it's going to be bowled by Dan Lawrence, I think.
It is going to be Lawrence
which
there.
Is interesting and imaginative again from the captain Tom Westley. Lawrence with his off breaks.
Well, I did suggest it might be, and if you haven't, well, you must have seen Dan Lawrence.
Yes, he's bowled a little bit. Yeah.
Yes, he's got a unique action.
Just going to take his time setting the field, and that's why one of the reasons all those pads and things came out. We've still got these men catching on the leg side. One now gone in quite close, very square, and now we've got Shane Snater going into that sort of short mid-wicket catching position. And we've got Alistair Cook gone back in at slip. Darryl Mitchell is on strike, and Dan Lawrence is going to bowl to him. As well as that, we've got a man at backward point on the boundary, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, conventional mid-wicket, and a short square leg or sort of backward square leg. Lawrence is in, his first ball is outside the off stump, and Mitchell clips it away on the offside for a single, which means that Libby will face probably the last few balls of the day. Yeah, Lawrence's his actual action is not that unconventional. It's the kind of how he gets into it, isn't it? He sort of throws the two arms up together and bowls quite a quick action for an off spinner, and that one just drifting into Libby's pads, and he tucks it away to that man behind square on the leg side, and there's no run.
It has been described as a frog in a blender, but
I think that's a bit harsh. That's the one they used to say to Paul Adams, the South African, wasn't it?
I'm just grateful. I've never seen never seen a frog in a blender, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, Paul Adams, the South African left arm spinner, used to get into that really unusual position. Was the first bowler.
So it always seems as if by the time the moment he let go of the ball, he was staring at his boot.
He held the ball between his finger and his thumb. Extraordinary action. Here's Lawrence again. Anyway, he bowls, and Libby is forward, pushing back up the pitch. So two balls left in the day. The 16th over of the Worcestershire innings, and they are replying to Essex's 561 for 8. It's just a case of batting for the next 2 days. It really is, as far as the game's concerned.
That's all there is to it.
In comes Lawrence again. He bowls, and on the back foot Libby goes and punches this out on the offside. And you get a single as it's fielded out there underneath the scoreboard, and that takes Libby on to 15 and Worcestershire to 37 without loss, with one ball left in the day. And provided this is negotiated by Daryl Mitchell, these two will have done a good job for their side. Here's Dan Lawrence, he's in, and he bowls, and Mitchell does negotiate it, turns it away on the onside. End of the over. 16 overs gone, close of play on day 2. Worcestershire are 37 without loss. Daryl Mitchell is on 17 and Jake Libby is on 15. It's been an enjoyable day, fascinating stuff, not all about the clatter of wickets and the smash of boundaries. It's been an interesting and absorbing day of county cricket. Hope you enjoyed it with us, whether you've been listening on the BBC Sports app or on the website, or listening and following the live feed. It's been a pleasure to have you, and I hope you will rejoin us tomorrow when play resumes, not with myself and Dick Davis, but with myself, Frank Watson, and Nick Ledhill of BBC Radio Essex. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Dickie Davis for his company.
Thank you very much indeed, Frank. I've really enjoyed these couple of days. It's been great fun, and thank you for the pleasure of your company.
And do join us tomorrow, and I'll be just hanging around to do an update for BBC Herald Worcester very shortly, with the news then that Worcestershire are 37 without loss in reply to Essex's 561 for 8 declared at the end of day 2 on this game. Do join us tomorrow for further coverage.